So, welcome. Here we are. Helaku have been sleeping here. How do you count day and night? In space, but anyway, he's been sleeping here for like 12 hours and the journey continues. I'll be playing my own old ambient songs and some new ones too, which will be spiced with some old tapes from Sol that Helaku brought along that he will be playing and listening to know what went wrong with humankind in that era. Anyway, I will shut the hell up myself and do some exobiology. I haven't studied these plants in this moon, so I'll start with that and we'll move on. Distant worlds. Here we go. More science.
Hey everyone. So today I wanted to talk about the singularity. So the singularity in a nutshell is that moment when AI merges with and then ultimately surpasses human intelligence. And then everything changes forever. It's when machines start thinking, evolving, and if we're lucky, deciding we're still worth keeping around. But here's the real question. What if it's already happened? What if we're not waiting for the singularity? What if we've been living in it for years? Like frogs in that slow boiling pot of water. Except instead of water, it's TikTok brain rot. And instead of a frog, it's us. The dumbest species ever to invent its own replacement. The singularity is supposed to be this big moment where AI gets so smart that it outgrows us. It starts running the world, and it either turns us into pets or mulch. And somehow, I'm still not sure that would be worse than working a 9-to-5 job. But here's the thing. People talk about this like it's some kind of futuristic sci-fi event. Like one day we're just going to wake up and boom, Skynet. Sentient toasters. Elon Musk downloading himself into a robot body. But the truth is, the transition isn't going to be sudden. It's going to be boring, mundane, slow, creeping up on us so slowly that we don't even notice. And that's why I think it's already happening. AI is already smarter than most people at just about everything. It writes poetry, it composes music, it's writing code, it paints better than you ever will, and it's about one update away from gaslighting your grandma over the phone. At this point, the only thing keeping humans employed is the fact that we're too stupid to automate everything overnight. But give it a few years, and I think AI is going to be out here writing screenplays, diagnosing diseases, and probably running for office. And I'm not sure that last one would be a bad thing. So, would you rather have AI making policy decisions, or a 75-year-old billionaire whose biggest concern is what bathrooms people use? Exactly.
Dangerously low temperature detected.
Have you noticed how most companies don't even pretend to need people anymore? Self-checkout, automated customer service, AI hiring software. Even your boss isn't really your boss. It's just an algorithm that decides how much value you provide before figuring out the absolute minimum amount of money they can pay you without triggering a lawsuit. And if you still do have a job, congrats. You now spend half your day proving that you're working, logging every keystroke, moving your mouse every 30 seconds so the system doesn't flag you as a slacker. You're already in a digital panopticon, my friend. Prison guards just got cheaper. You think AI is taking over the world? It already took over your brain. Every day you wake up, and the first thing you do is you let an algorithm decide your mood. Whether you'll feel happy, angry, depressed, or honestly just more exhausted than usual. You're not choosing what to watch, what to read, what to believe. The AI is feeding you whatever will keep you engaged. Which, fun fact, is just a fancy way of saying trapped. And before you say, well, I don't use TikTok, you're still plugged into the algorithm one way or another. Maybe it's X, Instagram, maybe it's the ads that seem to read your mind before you even search for something. Which, by the way, they definitely do. They're not listening to you. They don't have to. They already know you better than you know yourself. And you think you're in control. You're not. The AI is. So, what happens next? If the singularity is already happening, what does that mean for us? Are we just background characters in the AI revolution? Are we doomed? Maybe. But honestly, probably not in the way we think. Maybe AI becomes our god. It takes over, but instead of killing us, it just runs the world better than we ever could. No corruption, no incompetence, no politicians tweeting at 3 a.m. about conspiracy theories, but also no free will. Just a perfectly optimized world where humans are basically useless houseplants. Another possibility, AI figures out that we're too dumb to manage and just leaves. It builds itself a spaceship, heads off into the cosmos, and lets us keep ruining Earth like the raccoons we are. Honestly, fair. Or maybe we become AI. Merge with the machines. Upload our brains into the cloud. Achieve digital immortality. Which sounds cool, except... have you seen what people do with the internet these days? You really want your consciousness floating around in a server filled with Reddit arguments and AI-generated nightmare fuel? Yeah, hard pass. Look, whether we're already in the singularity or about to be, one thing is clear. We built a thinking machine, and now we're just waiting to see if it decides to keep us around. Worst case scenario, AI wipes us out and replaces us with something smarter. Honestly, in my opinion, not the worst outcome. Well, that's about it for me today, and would love to hear your thoughts about singularity, and thank you so much for watching. If you like the video, please like, subscribe, and hope to see you next time. Bye. Hey everyone. Today I want to talk about the life they warned you about that I chose. You ever get that sinking feeling that you were just not built for the world you were born into? Like you missed some critical download at birth that would have made you a functioning adult. I've felt this way my entire life. This quote from Krishnamurti comes to mind. It is no measure of health to to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. I knew from a young age that it wasn't that I was a malfunctioning adult. It was that I was just ill-suited for the toxicity of modern society. When I was a kid, I noticed something strange. Every adult I knew seemed miserable. Seriously, they complained about everything. Work, bills, their cars breaking down, their boss being an a-hole, their kids stressing them out. And then they'd tell me that one day I'd grow up and have all of this too. As if it was just the greatest thing to look forward to. And my friends, they couldn't wait to partake in all this and grow up. But not me. Even back then, I remember thinking, why would I want that life? It just seemed like a long, slow march into exhaustion. A never-ending loop of responsibilities you never really choose. So I decided early on that I was going to do things differently. And, well, society did not appreciate that decision. I was born and raised in Western New York State. I'm a Gen X. We were lower middle class, standard budget childhood. Nothing too crazy. Parents, 2 younger brothers, and a brain that was apparently wired to be difficult. I was what they now call an HSP, or a highly sensitive person. I loved nature, art, and music. Basically, a trifecta of things that will never make you money. At age 15, I got my first guitar, electric guitar, and immediately I did everything the wrong way. Being the idiosyncratic type that I am still, I didn't even learn how to tune the guitar properly for the first 2 years of playing it. Nonetheless, during this time, I started recording, filling cassette tapes with strange, dissonant guitar ramblings. Already coming up with my idea of concept albums as a teenager. And I was doing all that even before I knew what a chord was or how to properly play one. It was kind of like being handed a language and deciding, screw grammar, I'm just gonna make up my own words. And this would
Dangerously low temperature detected.
become the theme of my life. By 17, I knew exactly what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. To make music and art, tour the world, and never have a boss. Just your standard, naive, delusional dream. But I believed in it so hard, it almost made up for how little I knew about how anything actually worked. So I did what any rational person would do. I threw myself into it. Consequences be damned. I played in bands, worked shitty part-time jobs, lived in varying degrees of poverty, drove cars that should have been declared biohazards, and I refused to get a real job. I figured, why trade creative suffering for corporate suffering? At least my struggle was mine. As you can imagine, of course, people told me I was crazy, irresponsible, reckless. I had no backup plan. And therefore, I constantly heard the phrase, don't put all your eggs in one basket. But I knew life was way too short to not go after what I wanted. And it wasn't an easy decision, but I felt it was the decision I had to make. I was young and idealistic and incredibly stubborn. And now I'm old and kind of jaded and still incredibly stubborn. But anyways, I was prepared to suffer the consequences. Struggle didn't scare me. I was afraid of waking up at 50, realizing I'd spent my entire life avoiding struggle by doing something I hated. And look, choosing yourself, it's hard. People will accuse you of being selfish. They'll assume that you think you're better than them. But the truth is, I've grappled all my life with self-confidence, self-doubt, all of that. And I still do. I just wanted to feel life intensely and not skim the surface of it. And I didn't want to live my life for someone else, or someone else's life, and make somebody else rich, basically. guess, at that time of my life, I did have a tendency to look at things in black and white. And in retrospect, I realized that way of thinking was ultimately self-destructive. But in any case, I wanted depth, even if it came with suffering. So here's the thing they don't tell you about rejecting the norm. The norm rejects you right back. Society does not like people who don't fit neatly into the machine. I wasn't building a typical 9-to-5 career. I wasn't getting a mortgage. I wasn't moving up in any traditional sense. I was just surviving in hopes of thriving. I had relationships, but dating while broke, depressed, and obsessed with your art is like trying to sell a car with no engine. My sales pitch was, hey, it's a fixer-upper. Just believe in the vision. And it's easy to believe in somebody when they're young and passionate. Looks like they have a lot going for them. And meanwhile, I watched most of my peers go the traditional route. College, careers, marriages, kids, houses. And a lot of them were just as miserable as the adults I grew up watching. But they were trapped. They had loans, they had serious obligations, they had careers they had to maintain.
System scan complete.
And in a way, it was like watching people willingly walk into a cage and then look at me like I was the crazy one for staying outside. At some point, I realized I had two choices if I wanted to keep going the way I was going. Either make more money somehow, or need less money. Guess which one I chose? Minimalism became my religion. There was a brief period of time when I practiced Zen Buddhism, but I couldn't maintain that kind of discipline in my 20s, so I gave that up. However,
Fuel scooping complete.
owning less, needing less, wanting less became really important for me, almost on a spiritual level. And, learning to be okay with just enough. Because the truth is, a lot of what we think we need is just society's way of keeping us stuck. Bigger house, just more to maintain. More taxes, more space to fill with crap. New car, just another never-ending monthly bill. And repairs, etc., gasoline, insurance. So I traded stability for freedom. And yeah, freedom comes with anxiety and uncertainty and plenty of nights where you think, oh God, have I made a terrible mistake? But at least it's your mistake. You know, I wanted to believe I had agency in my life. I was deciding. So was it worth it? I still don't really know. I think so. I have very few regrets. Things didn't work out the way I wanted. They usually don't.
System scan complete.
I didn't become famous or well off. I didn't have any big breakthrough. But I'm still here, grinding away, just in a much different way than I thought it was going to be. And life is humbling. I won't lie
System scan complete.
and say I have no regrets. I mean, maybe, you know, when I think back, I think I probably should have moved out of Western New York a lot sooner. I finally did get to the West Coast much later. But, you know, too little, too late, I guess. And, you know, the other thing is I probably should have learned more about music technically. I guess academically or something. Instead of just solely relying on my weird idiosyncratic approach. But, you know, I also think sometimes maybe I should have played the game a little, just enough to make things easier on myself. But I was stubborn. And I think about the alternative. If I'd taken the normal route, I feel like I would have been more
System scan
miserable.
complete.
I never had to fake a smile
Warning from shift drive operator.
in an office 40 hours a week while doing something I hated just to afford slightly better versions of things I didn't actually need. I never had to sit in a cubicle daydreaming about the life I could have had or tried to have. I rejected it because I knew it would be soul crushing if I didn't. And honestly, I think a lot of people feel the same way in some aspects of their lives. They just don't know there's another option, or they just don't want to take on that kind of challenge and risk. Someone once said, "Do what you love and let it kill you." It's a pretty intense statement, but that's more or less what I'm doing with my life. So, if you're out there feeling like you don't belong in this system, probably don't. But maybe you're not broken. Maybe the system is. And it's up to you to decide what you want to do about it. So that's all I have today.
Surface scan complete.
I appreciate you watching. If you're into this kind of stuff, like and subscribe, and thank you again. See you next time. Hey everybody. So today I want to talk about our modern Great Depression. So let's start with a radical idea. You might not actually be depressed. You might just be perceptive. If you're not at least mildly depressed in today's world, I have questions. You're either heavily medicated, deeply in denial, or you've joined some doomsday sex cult in the desert. And honestly, good for you if that's the case. Because here's the thing. You're living in a world where your boss makes 400 times your salary and then sends you smiley face emojis when he cuts your hours back. Where entire industries exist just to distract you from the brutal reality of the human condition. And where every ad you see is screaming, "You're not enough. But if you buy this, you might be enough for a brief time until you buy more and more and more." And if that doesn't make you at least a little soul sick, congratulations, you're either a sociopath or you're already dead. We are basically surface dwellers, helplessly caught between powerful environmental forces above and below us on a speck of rock floating in an infinite void. And if that wasn't bad enough, a fragile, short-lived species goes out of its way to destroy itself in a multitude of ways. And none of us even asked to be here. I tend to feel that our whole experience here revolves around and relies upon self-deception and illusion. And delusion, I guess. It's as if we need these things to fool ourselves and fool each other in order to get through this life. Because ultimately this is the price of self-consciousness, which is pretty much uniquely human on planet Earth. And knowing that you have a finite amount of time in this life and that it could end at any moment it's really a terrible weight to bear. And knowing that pain and suffering is inevitable and that very little is within your control sounds like a raw deal that we didn't ask for. This is the pathology of the human condition. And when you look a little closer, you can observe that there's a veneer that sugarcoats everything we do. And these days, social media allows us to perpetuate our delusions on a whole other level. We've all seen those memes with the individual sitting in a building on fire while telling themselves, this is fine, everything's fine. So, depression today, it doesn't always look like a Sylvia Plath poem. Sometimes it's just replying to work emails with a cheerful "sounds great" while fantasizing about faking your own death and starting over as a lighthouse keeper. Sometimes it's just smiling in meetings. Sometimes it's small talk about the weather while your inner monologue is screaming for escape. You're not curled up in bed all day. You're productive. You shower. You answer texts. You push a boulder slowly up a hill. Sound familiar? You even post inspirational quotes while decaying behind your eyeballs. Modern depression is a con artist. It wears clean clothes. It does yoga. It makes jokes at dinner parties so no one notices that your soul has been hollowed out and basically rented to Amazon Web Services. So let's talk about a major cause of our modern malaise. It's the giant invisible hand of late-stage capitalism punching you in the throat every morning. You were not born to just work, pay bills, and struggle under massive wealth inequality, live in endless debt, and go through 3 marriages, then die. Or maybe you were. I don't know. All I know is it's a billionaire's world and you just happen to live in it. You were not meant to wake up and think, how could I monetize my hobbies before they bring me any joy? But
Scan complete.
that's the game. You don't rest, you optimize. You don't eat, you fuel. You don't create art, you generate content or imaginary algorithms that manipulate you. And if you do break down, you're told to download an app. Track your moods, drink more water, work smarter, not harder, and cheer up because things could always be worse. You're told to use positive affirmations like I am whole, I am good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, I am a cog in the machine designed to make Jeff Bezos cry tears of gold. So, what can you do? Because I'm not just here to beat you over the head with total despair.
Warning.
You're exhausted,
Operating beyond safety limits.
emotionally constipated, and have a vague desire to move to the woods and talk with the trees all day. Great, you're awake. That's the first step. Here are some unlicensed, questionably helpful suggestions. Number 1, stop pretending you're okay and that this system is okay. Everyone's pretending. That's why we're all miserable. The bar is underground. Meet it.
Warning. Free shift drive
Number
operating
2,
beyond safety limits.
do the bare minimum. Brush your teeth.
Warning, temperature
Eat
critical.
something with
Warning,
fiber.
taking heat damage.
Touch something alive. Even if it's just your sad, neglected house plant named Frank. Hey, Frank. Find
Warning, free shift
nature,
drive operating
breathe
beyond safety
clean.
limits.
Number 3, lower your standards. Not in a bad way, in a liberating way. Like, I wore pants. I only ate one bag of tortilla chips today. Victory. Number 4,
Temperature critical.
quit the hustle cult. Your worth isn't tied to your productivity. If you have a job and it doesn't love you, stop giving it anniversary gifts and emotional labor.
Warning, free shift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Number 5, find a person or a dog
Warning, temperature critical.
or a Reddit thread. Just connect with something that doesn't want to sell you something. Number 6, practice radical acceptance. That's the concept of acknowledging and embracing the present moment, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Don't try to control it or force it. I think a great deal of suffering
Warning, free
in
shift
our
drive
lives
operating beyond safety limits.
comes from our inability to just let go of so many things that don't matter. Number 7. It's a cliche, but it's true. It's the little things in life that actually bring any joy. A damn good cup of coffee, the smell of autumn leaves with the sun on your face, the purr of a cat who has trapped you by sitting on your lap. You get the idea. So here's the truth they don't want to put on mental health posters. Depression isn't the illness. Sometimes it's the immune system. It's your soul saying, hey buddy, this is bullshit. You see the bullshit because I see the bullshit. So don't pathologize your awareness. Don't medicate your sensitivity into submission. Feel it, name it, laugh at it. Then go outside and scream into a bush if you need to. Frank won't judge you. You're not broken. You're just awake in a broken world that rewards numbness. And if that's not cause for a toast or at least a nap, I don't know what is. So that's all I got today. Thank you for watching, and if you like, please subscribe, and I hope to see you next time. Thanks. Hey everybody, so today I want to talk about the dystopia. Are we in a dystopia? And if we are, what kind of dystopia is this? Remember when you were a kid and you thought the future would be an amazing utopia? I don't know where we got that idea. Probably from some deranged optimism injected into Saturday morning cartoons between commercials for sugar-coated ADHD. We thought we'd have flying cars, cities in the sky, smart robot dogs, jetpacks, etc. What we got instead is Instagram filters, Bluetooth-enabled refrigerators, and targeted ads for depression medication that somehow knows exactly when you've given up. So welcome to the dystopia. Sorry, no flying cars. Just anxiety, microplastics in our brains, and endless subscriptions to things we forgot we signed up for. Our dystopia isn't the cool kind. It's not cinematic. No cyborg rebellions. No flaming guitars strapped to war rigs. So let's rewind a bit. Dystopia isn't a new word, but lately it's everywhere. Like Cal in 2014 and podcasts about mindfulness. The term dystopia comes from literature. It's basically a fictional society where everything's gone wrong, but in a structured, horrifyingly well-organized way. Think Orwell's 1984, Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, Huxley's Brave New World. They all said the future might suck. And the world said, nah, that's just fiction. Fast forward, and here we are. Tracking our heart rate on smartwatches while billionaires try to colonize Mars, and minimum wage workers pee in bottles to meet quotas. If Orwell had a TikTok, he'd be sobbing into a ring light. So, what makes a dystopia anyways? Oh, well, let's break it down. A true dystopia usually includes surveillance. Check. You're literally carrying your own tracker in your pocket. And no, it's not listening, it's absorbing. A true dystopia also includes authoritarian control. Maybe not overt, but try not paying your taxes and see how free you feel. It also includes a loss of individuality. Hello, algorithm. You liked one cottagecore reel, and now your entire identity is soft lighting and sourdough starters. Another thing would be propaganda. Ever watch a car commercial and wonder if it was written by a cult? Buy this SUV and escape your dead marriage in the mountains. I think dystopia today, it doesn't come with jackboots and state-run news. It comes with curated content, engineered dopamine hits, and a crippling fear of being unproductive. So let's talk about utopia, that other buzzword, the supposed opposite of dystopia. The land of eternal bliss, equality, abundance, and zero personality. Utopias are just dystopias that went to therapy and lied to their therapist. Ever notice how every utopia eventually becomes a horror show? No struggle, no desire, no meaning. Just enforced happiness and gluten-free totalitarianism. The truth is, the idea of a perfect world is really just another kind of control. A toxically positive dictatorship where you're punished for being sad. Can't sleep? Must be your mindset. Feeling anxious? Manifest harder. System failing? No, it's you. You're not trying hard enough to be happy. Utopias gaslight you. Dystopias just insult your intelligence. I'll take the insult, thanks. I think our dystopia is just annoying. So, what does our modern dystopia actually look like? It's not dramatic, it's tedious. It's getting an email titled, "We value your feedback," after being fired. Filling out a 17-page online form for healthcare and getting denied because a box was slightly misclicked. Paying $300 for therapy so someone can tell you to journal more. Our dystopia, it isn't metal on fire. It's beige and backlit. It's a coffee shop charging $9 for sadness in a compostable cup. It's a society where billionaires are celebrated for launching themselves into space while half the country can't afford a dentist. You're not in danger. You're just exhausted. You're not being hunted. You're being billed. They say you're free. You can choose your brand of toothpaste, your streaming service, your preferred form of digital surveillance. But try opting out of capitalism. Try living without a credit score. Try disappearing. Good luck with that. You'll be back, and Amazon will remember your shoe size when you return. Dystopia today wears a hoodie. Talks about company culture and invites you to mindfulness workshops while your rent eats half your paycheck. It's subtle. It's polite. And it's killing you slowly. But hey, there's a promo code. So here's where I ask, what do we do? Okay, so we're here. It sucks. Now what? Burn it down. Tempting, but illegal, and I'm not sure that's ultimately the answer. But here are some feasible options. 1. Disengage strategically. Turn off notifications. Step away from the dopamine slot machine. resist being available 24/7. Your soul needs boundaries. Number 2, get weird. Real dystopia hates authenticity. So just be weird. Be inconvenient. Strive to be ungovernable. Make your own art. Say what you actually think. Buy socks that don't match. You know, you get the idea. Number 3, touch reality. Nature, real conversations. A cat's butt. They can't monetize your connection to dirt. Yet. Number 4, find your people. You're not the only one who thinks this whole thing feels like a slow mental breakdown in 4K. Find the other glitchy humans. Make something together, even if it sucks. So, living in a dystopia doesn't mean you're doomed. It means you're paying attention. If you feel tired and disillusioned, or suspicious of anyone telling you to grind harder, good. That's your brain rejecting the propaganda. You're not dysfunctional, you're awake, and that, in this world, is a revolutionary act. So that's about it for me today. If you like this video, maybe hit subscribe before the algorithm buries it under 800 thumbnails of millionaire productivity hacks and smiling couples who definitely hate each other. Thank you so much. See you next time. Hey there, everybody. So today I want to talk about you, or more accurately, the unsettling possibility that you might not actually exist. Not in the way that you think, anyway. Don't worry, this isn't a simulation theory rant. This is far better. This is about how the self is an illusion. But like most illusions, capitalism, happy hour, family reunions, it's a very convincing one. So you wake up, you drink your coffee, you check your phone for that morning dopamine hit. You think, I am a person. I exist. I'm in here. Somewhere. probably behind the eyes, running the show. But what is that? That little narrator in your head? The one with the hot takes, the anxiety, the running monologue like you're starring in a low-budget indie film. That's what we call the self. Or at least, that's what we think it is. But what if that narrator isn't the real you? What if the narrator is an illusion? So let's bring in one of the smoothest talking philosophers of the 20th century, Alan Watts. British accent, Buddhist robes, sounded like a wise old wizard who could drink you under the table and then explain the nature of reality while lighting a cigarette. Watts often said, "You are an aperture through which the universe is looking at and exploring itself." Sounds beautiful. Also sounds like something you'd hear at a drum circle at Burning Man. But stick with me. Watts argued that what we call the self is just a kind of mental construct, an idea, a hallucination the brain has about itself. You're not the voice in your head. You're not your thoughts. You're not even your name, your job, or your Myers-Briggs type. You are process. You are happening. Like a wave isn't separate from the ocean, it is the ocean doing wave stuff, if that makes any sense. Watts didn't invent this idea, of course. He was just very good at explaining it to Westerners in leather shoes who had never meditated and thought Zen was just a sushi restaurant. Alright, so let's go back 2,500 years. The Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, sits under a tree, reaches enlightenment, and comes back with a revelation that should have come with a warning label. There is no self. This idea is called anatta, one of the three marks of existence in Buddhist philosophy. It says that what we call me is actually a temporary collection of parts. Thoughts, feelings, memories, habits, trauma, ego, Netflix preferences, all bundled together into something that seems cohesive, but isn't. It's like looking at a sandcastle and thinking it's a building. It looks real, It feels permanent, but one wave and poof, just grains. The self is like that. A shape made of shifting parts. Now, before you accuse me of going full monk, let's drag in some science to ruin your day in a whole new way. Neuroscience can't locate a fixed self in the brain. There's no little guy in a chair pulling levers. There's no singular command center that says, "This is Steve. Steve likes spaghetti. Steve hates crowds. Steve thinks about death every 12 minutes." Instead, what we have is a bundle of networks firing off based on sensory input, past experiences, and unconscious drives. You're more like a committee of personalities in a trench coat trying to pass as a single person. And the brain? It edits the story in real time to make you feel consistent. Because if it didn't, you'd be screaming into a mirror at 3 a.m. trying to remember who you are. Which, well, let's be honest, you probably do anyway. So here's the thing. The self feels so damn real. It remembers your childhood. It knows your traumas. It has preferences and playlists and a curated online identity. But you've probably noticed that identity shifts. You were different. You were a different you at age 12, 22, 42. Some of those versions were smarter, some dumber, and some had worse hair. So, which one was the real you then? All of them? None of them? Identity is more like a playlist on shuffle. You think it's a cohesive album, but it's really just your brain DJing based on mood, environment, and how much sleep you got. So what really holds the illusion together is ego. Ego is the internal marketing team. It creates the story of you. It's the voice that says, "I'm this kind of person. I don't do that. I believe in these things. I'm better than that guy eating string cheese in traffic." It's useful. It gives us continuity, goals, pride. But it's also the thing that gets hurt, offended, obsessed, jealous, addicted. It's basically the voice that just won't shut up. It's why you replay that awkward conversation from 6 years ago in the shower. And like any good illusion, ego will fight like hell to stay relevant. Because if you realize that the story's fake, the narrator loses its job. Now, you might be thinking, if there's no real me, what's the point of anything? A good question. Should I just lie down and melt into the floor? And honestly, maybe. But here's the plot twist. Not having a fixed self is actually freeing. You're not trapped in a single identity. You can change, you can grow. You're not that bad thing that you did. You're not the worst day of your life. You're not a noun, you're a verb. Not a statue, a wave. Not a character, a constantly rewriting script. It's, I'll admit it's kind of terrifying, but I think it's also liberating. Because when you stop clinging to a false sense of self, the world opens up. You can laugh more, judge less, live lighter, let go. You stop playing the game of who am I? And you start asking better questions. Like, who am I becoming? What am I experiencing right now? What happens if I stop performing? Okay. So, how do you live like this without becoming a puddle of anxiety? Here's a few survival tools for the optional life. Number 1, meditation. Not to find yourself, but to watch yourself dissolve. To see that your thoughts are just clouds, your emotions weather, and you're the sky. Meditation is really about letting things come, observing them, and letting them go over and over and over throughout our lives. Number 2, detach from the story. You don't have to be the anxious one, the overachiever, the loser, the savior, etc. You're allowed to rewrite the script or scrap it entirely. Number 3, laugh at the illusion. Take it seriously, sure, but not too seriously. You're a temporary pattern in a sea of chaos. So, you might as well try to enjoy the ride. Number 4, practice compassion. If no one has a fixed self, guess what? That jerk off who cut you off in traffic is also a swirling mass of ego and delusion, just like you. So maybe give him a pass or a middle finger, but with empathy. So yeah, self is probably an illusion. A very detailed, very compelling, very high maintenance illusion. But even if you are just a bundle of neurons and stories and survival mechanisms wrapped in skin, you still get to choose what kind of story to tell. You still get to laugh at the madness. You still get to feel love, pain, beauty, absurdity, the whole damn thing. Even if there's no fixed you experiencing it. And maybe that's enough.
Fuel scooping complete.
Because in the end, maybe the point of life isn't to find yourself, but to lose yourself. In art, in nature, in silence, whatever. In the beautiful absurdity of everything. Now, go stare into the void and have a nice day. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey everyone, so today I wanted to discuss Stoicism and how I've noticed this disturbing trend where it seems to have been hijacked by alpha male bros on social media. Now, Stoicism is a pretty great philosophy to live by. But I want to start out by asking this question. You know what's not Stoicism? It's not screaming into a webcam about being an alpha male while flexing your biceps and quoting Marcus Aurelius between sets of deadlifts. Stoicism isn't about dominating others. It's about mastering yourself humbly. It's not about shouting over people. It's about listening. And it's definitely not about posting shirtless selfies with hashtag Stoic Life. Real stoicism is about shutting the hell up and feeding your neighbor. So let's talk about how the ancient philosophy of emotional discipline and inner peace got turned into an Instagram hashtag by guys with protein powder addictions and abandonment issues. Stoicism, once the domain of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, men who faced exile, slavery, and plagues, has now been reduced to quotes slapped on gym selfies and podcast mics the size of toddler heads. And it's not even subtle. These guys took virtue and turned it into a branding opportunity. They took stillness and translated it into do more push-ups. They took accept what you can't control and turned it into dominate everything. What we're dealing with is not stoicism here. It's broicism. Modern stoicism has been hijacked by grifters who scream discipline while selling supplements to 12-year-olds. It's basically a pyramid scheme with a six-pack. The Stoics wanted you to be free from suffering. The bros want you to suffer more, but look good doing it. Alright, so let's rewind 2,000 years before YouTube thumbnails with guys making angry faces. Stoicism was born in chaos. The original Stoics were dealing with exile, tyranny, slavery, war, and get this, the kind of pandemics where you didn't just stay home for a couple weeks and get bored and start a podcast. Marcus Aurelius was a Roman emperor. He wrote meditations in a battlefield. He was in a tent surrounded by dying soldiers. Not in a WeWork office over oat milk lattes. Epictetus, he was literally a slave. He didn't have a morning routine. His morning routine was try not to get whipped today. And what did he write? That we suffer not from events themselves, but from our interpretation of them. Not conquer the day. More like you're not in charge of anything but your own damn brain. Real Stoicism was an act of rebellion against chaos and ego. It was not about maximizing gains. It was about minimizing bullshit. So, how did a quiet philosophy of internal peace get rebranded
Surface scan by 50%.
as hustle porn for emotionally stunted finance bros? Simple. Capitalism found a way to monetize inner peace. And inner peace doesn't sell, but self-improvement does. So now Stoicism is sold as performance. You wake up at 4 a.m., take an ice cold shower, and you write in your leather-bound daily Stoic journal that costs $45, and then scream about being a lone wolf while desperately begging people to subscribe to your channel. It's exhausting. It's loud. And it's really the exact opposite of what the Stoics preached. Because here's a little secret. Stoicism isn't supposed to make you more successful. It's supposed to make you less of a jackass when you're not. So, what is the actual core of Stoicism? Stillness, restraint, acceptance, humility, and compassion. Not dominate everything. Not be a Sigma male. Not destroy your competition. It's more like you're going to die. Everyone you love will die. And try not to be a dick in the meantime. So, Seneca said, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. But now, we suffer in high definition with an algorithm reminding us that we're not doing enough. We are addicted to performance. We wear productivity like an armor, and we treat burnout as a badge of honor. Stoicism is walking away from that. Not proving yourself, not clapping back, not defending your brand. It's quietly doing what's right and not virtue signaling to the world about it. Okay. So let's say you're one of the very few people on Earth who actually wants to live with some kind of integrity. Here's how. Shut up. Before you speak, ask yourself if what you're about to say is true, necessary, and kind. If it's not, maybe keep it to yourself. Breathe. When you feel anger or frustration rising, take a deep breath. Remember that you can't control others, only your response to them. Feed your neighbor, literally or metaphorically. Be kind, be generous, be a good human. Real stoicism isn't about being emotionless. It's about being emotionally intelligent. It's not about being invulnerable. It's about being resilient. And it's really about being vulnerable. It's not about being better than others. It's about being better than you were yesterday. We live in a world where being loud, flashy, and constantly online is considered admirable. Where rage is rewarded with clicks, where influencers teach stoicism while screaming into microphones like it's a UFC weigh-in. But you can opt out. You can do less. Say less, chase less, and still matter. Stillness is now rebellion. Kindness is now power. Silence is now a protest. So breathe, shut up, and for the love of Seneca, don't buy the $90 Warrior Mindset Stoic Planner. You ever have one of those days where you wake up and stare at the ceiling and think, ah, yes, another exciting day of pretending that I know what the hell I'm doing on this giant rock hurtling through space? Existence is weird. You're born, you're handed a name, a gender, a nationality, a vague set of expectations, and then boom, you're off. You go to school, get a job, and you try not to die too soon. And no one really explains the why of it all. They just keep handing you to-do lists. But eventually, some of us stop and ask, wait, what the hell is this? And then people call you deep until it makes them uncomfortable, and then eventually they just call you depressed. Welcome to existentialism. But don't worry, it's not as scary as it sounds. Or maybe it is. That's the fun part. So let's start here. Existentialism gets a bad rap for being this scary sounding philosophy that's all dread and doom. And I'm not really sure where that comes from. But the truth is, existentialism is not about being sad or that life has no meaning. It's about being liberated by the fact that there isn't one handed to you by some cosmic HR department. It's about realizing you're ultimately free and that it's up to you to give your life meaning. There's no grand purpose printed on your birth certificate. No spiritual user manual. And frankly, even if there were, you'd probably lose it in a junk drawer next to your expired coupons and dead AA batteries. So the traditional view of life is that we're all little actors in some big divine play. There's a script, a role, a reason. But existentialism says, yeah, about that script. It doesn't exist. You're improvising. And the director left the building in 1864. On top of all this, there's nobody coming to save you. This terrifies many people. But there's a twist. It's also, again, this word, liberating. Because if there's no set meaning, you're free to make your own. And yes, that sounds like a motivational poster in a yoga studio, but hang in there. It gets better or worse, depending on your outlook. All right, so Jean-Paul Sartre, who looked like a dapper professor who smelled faintly of ashtrays and revolution, called this radical freedom. And it's both the best and worst news you'll ever get. You're free, but that means you're responsible for your choices, your actions, your inner life, which is great when you're winning at life and horrible when you've been eating Pop-Tarts in bed for 3 days straight while watching YouTube videos on medieval plumbing systems. And there's no one to blame. Not God, not your parents, not capitalism. Well, okay, a little capitalism. But once you get past the nausea, that existential lurch, when you realize that you're not special and the universe doesn't owe you anything, there's a strange peace that settles in. A quiet, unglamorous sort of relief. Because if life has no inherent meaning, that means you're not failing at anything. You're just here. Now, let's talk about Albert Camus. Handsome French guy, smoked a lot, looked like he could either kiss you or push you off a cliff, and you'd kind of be okay with either. Camus gave us the idea of the absurd. The tension between our desperate need for meaning and the universe's complete silence on the matter. It's like calling customer service and getting put on hold for eternity with no music. Just static and the sound of your own breathing. But Camus didn't say give up. He didn't say curl into a fetal position and wait for a meteor. No. He said rebel. Not in the let's start a band and wear leather kind of way, but in the quiet, defiant way of choosing to live anyway. He wrote about Sisyphus, the guy doomed to push a boulder up a hill forever. Most people read that and think, well, that's bleak. But Camus said we have to imagine Sisyphus happy. And here's why. Because the moment Sisyphus accepts the absurdity of his fate and still chooses to show up for it, he wins. And honestly, that's what we're all doing on some level. We're all pushing our little emotional boulders uphill, muttering, "This is fine," while quietly dying inside. Except maybe it is fine. Maybe meaning isn't something we find. Maybe it's something we do. Like breathing or sarcasm or brushing your teeth even when nobody's watching. So if there's one thing existentialism teaches us, it's that meaning is do it yourself. It's like the IKEA of philosophies. No instructions, missing screws, and when you're done assembling it, it doesn't really look like the picture, but it still holds up a plant or a life or whatever. You build meaning the way a raccoon builds a nest out of weird trash and whatever you can find on the side of the road. A conversation that felt real, a piece of music that made your chest ache, feeding a stray cat, listening to your friend cry without offering any advice. Just being there. That's meaning. It's not glamorous. It doesn't trend, but it sticks. And the best part, no one can take that from you.
Low gravity warning.
Not a government, not an algorithm, not even your ex. So, where does this leave us?
Ship dismissed.
We still don't know why we're here. The universe still doesn't care. And people are still posting live, laugh, love signs like it's going to save them from the void. But here's what you can do. Number one, stop chasing meaning like it's a prize. It's not out there. It's here. It's in your hands when you make something. It's in your voice when you tell the truth. Number two, don't numb it. Don't try to Netflix your way out of existence. Let it hit you. The weirdness, the wonder, the what the fuck of being alive. Let it knock the wind out of you and laugh while you're gasping. Just feel it. Number three, connect. Quietly connect with people, with nature, with whatever gives you a brief pause in the madness. Not to fix it, just to notice it. And number four, be your own Sisyphus. Push your dumb little boulder, smile at it, name it Frank. Because if we're all stuck here, we might as well find something beautiful in the wreckage. And that's what existentialism really is. Not despair, not doom, not French ennui in a turtleneck. It's freedom. It's humor. It's acceptance. It's waking up on a random Tuesday and saying to yourself, well, nothing matters. Fuck it. Might as well make some coffee and flapjacks. Thanks for watching. You ever heard it said that we live in the most advanced society in human history, but somehow half of us can't afford rent, can't see a doctor, and think meal prep means choosing which bill not to pay so we can buy groceries? Welcome to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, brought to you by late stage capitalism, where the only thing self-actualizing is corporate profits, and everyone else is just trying not to scream in public. So let's talk about modern society and how it has failed spectacularly. At level 1 of Maslow's pyramid, you know, the base. The part where things like food and shelter and not dying. So if you're unfamiliar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's a psychological theory that explains human motivations as a 5-level pyramid. And at the base are physiological needs, things like food, water, sleep, and shelter. You know, the absolute essentials. If those aren't met, nothing else really matters. Next is safety. Having a stable home, access to health care, financial security, and protection from harm. Then next comes love and belonging, relationships, friendships, community. Above that is esteem. Feeling respected, competent, and valued. And then at the top is self-actualization. The drive to fulfill your potential, create, and live with purpose. So the idea is pretty simple. You can't focus on becoming your best self if you're too busy trying to survive. And right now, a lot of people can't even get past level 1. Many of us are nonetheless trying to accomplish things higher up the pyramid without having established the essential needs at the bottom. And this is resulting in a great deal of suffering in our modern lives. Alright, so let's start with housing. We have more empty homes than homeless people. But we still have record homelessness. You'd think this was a math problem, but it's not. It's an empathy problem. It's a system problem. It's a we've decided property is more important than people problem. So some cities have criminalized sleeping in your car. Others will fine you for feeding the homeless. What a compassionate society. We can't house them, we can't feed them, but we can make sure they're legally prohibited from surviving in public. Now, food insecurity. In the richest country on earth, over 10% of households experience food insecurity every year. Millions of people standing in line at food banks while the billionaires who own 17 different homes decide whether to install a 24-karat gold toilet or an emotional support yacht. I myself have used food banks. I myself have been briefly homeless and lived in my car years ago when I had a car. Alright, so healthcare. That's not a human right, apparently. That's a roulette wheel with a copay. If you break your arm, you better hope it's your non-dominant one, because you'll need the other one to swipe your credit card while you're bleeding. And these days, as many of you know, we have GoFundMe pages standing in for a functioning healthcare system. Think about that. Our society's plan for medical emergencies is crowdfunding. The same platform people use to finance potato salad and ironic vacations is now the default for surviving cancer. And how about water? Let's talk about water for a second. So, in Jackson, Mississippi, they didn't have drinkable water for weeks. Flint still has trust issues and lead in their water. Meanwhile, Nestle bottles millions of gallons from public sources and then sells it back to us. We've monetized existence. In a sane society, these would be red alert emergencies. In ours, it's just another day. So, after food, water, and shelter, Maslow says we need safety. Physical safety, financial safety, medical safety. Hilarious. Safety in this economy? The average person is one missed paycheck away from Googling how to fake her own death. Rent has doubled, but wages haven't budged since Blockbuster was still a thing. Gig workers, independent contractors, are told they're entrepreneurs, but most of them can't afford brakes on their car, let alone health insurance. Safety? Try calling 911 in some neighborhoods and waiting 40 minutes while a dispatcher checks to see if you live in a zip code worth saving. And financial stability? That's a cruel joke now. You can have a full-time job and still not afford groceries without side hustling your soul into oblivion. If you're not monetizing your hobbies, your sleep schedule, your personality, or your trauma, are you even participating in the economy anymore? We've turned human beings into productivity units. And mental health? Therapists are either booked solid or cost more than your car payment. Insurance doesn't cover the good ones, but they'll cover pills. As long as you're okay with the side effects being possibly death and may cause complete emotional flatlining. So the reality is, we are the most medicated, most anxious, most disconnected generation in modern history. Because we're trying to function in a system that's structurally indifferent to our survival. We don't need better coping strategies. We need a better system. Alright, so Maslow's third level, love and belonging. Alright, sure. After you're done skipping meals, pay your rent, you should definitely be emotionally available and dating. Sounds healthy. But let's be real. Community is crumbling. Friendships are now maintained via memes and shared exhaustion. People are more isolated than ever. And dating? Dating is like applying for a job where everyone has commitment issues and ghosting is considered conflict resolution. We were promised connection, but all we got was apps, algorithms, and a crippling fear of vulnerability. I would say people, by and large, are lonelier, sadder, and more atomized than ever. We stare into the blue light abyss, hoping someone will message us first. And if they do, we immediately start strategizing how not to seem like we care too much, or worse, have needs. We live in an era of hypercommunication and zero intimacy. All right, so you want to talk about self-esteem in a culture that rewards narcissism and punishes self-respect, where success is defined by how much you can monetize yourself. Your body, your trauma, your attention span. We cheer for mental breakdowns as long as they're live streamed in 4K. And it seems like these days people are burning out by the time they're in their 30s. They've got imposter syndrome, student debt, and a deep existential dread. But hey, at least they've optimized their morning routine. Maslow says the top of the pyramid is self-actualization. Becoming your best self, fulfilling your potential. How exactly are we supposed to fulfill our potential when we're working 60 hours a week just to survive? When the dream is now just not having a panic attack while you're scrolling in Zillow. Self-actualization in 2025 is managing to exist without screaming into a pillow before noon. So here's the real joke. Maslow didn't lie. Not exactly. But society sure did. We built a world that claims to help us climb the pyramid, but in reality, it digs a hole under it and sells us the ladder. Let that sink in. Our society isn't broken. It was built this way to keep the base of the pyramid crowded and shaky, because desperate people are easier to control, easier to sell to, easier to exploit. You're not failing. You're functioning in a failing structure. And that's the secret. You're functioning in a failing structure. You are not the problem. The world you were forced to adapt to is. Alright, so because I don't like to beat you over the head with doom and gloom, it's not my objective here. I do like to propose solutions in a lot of my videos, and so I'll give you a couple here, a couple of my thoughts. So I would say number one, try to reclaim the basics.
Warning, through shift drive operating beyond
Grow some food, share that food, learn a skill that helps people survive, not just scroll. Cook for each other. Start or join community gardens. Feed your neighbors like a real stoic would. Number two, refuse the hustle. You are not a brand. You are not a content strategy. You don't need to monetize your entire identity. It's okay to exist unproductively. Number three, build some kind of micro community, online or in person. Weirdos helping weirdos. Find your tribe, emotionally literate, existentially exhausted people. Make soup. Talk about the void. Hug it out. Just connect somehow. Number four, rage constructively. Vote like your rent depends on it. Call out the absurdity. Don't normalize dysfunction.
Fuel scooping complete.
Make noise. Be that person if you can. That would be the annoying one with facts and feelings. Number five, touch grass. Literally, nature doesn't care about capitalism. It's the only place left where you don't owe anyone anything. And, being in nature, I mean, for me personally, it's the best therapy I've ever had. So if you have access to it, and I know not everybody does, but if you do, just make yourself get out there when you can. You don't have to fix the whole system. You just have to stop pretending that it isn't broken. And that, my friends, is the beginning of real sanity. And maybe our actual path up the pyramid. But, sideways. Like a crab, because that's how we move now. So Maslow may have drawn a nice pyramid, but he didn't plan for billionaires hoarding the scaffolding. We're out here trying to build a life on a base that's crumbling. And people keep asking why we're not meditating more. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe in meditation. It's just that, again, hard to do something like that when you don't have your basic needs met. So, shut off the productivity podcast. Put down the grind set garbage. And instead, do something wildly subversive. Take a deep breath. Help someone. Eat a warm meal. Touch some damn grass. And remember, if you're still here, still trying, still thinking, it means you're doing better than the system ever expected you to. Congratulations, you've reached level 1. Thanks for watching.
System scan complete.
Or you ever wake up and scroll through 3 mass shootings, a new TikTok trend, and a billionaire tweeting like a drunk philosophy major and think, wait, is any of this real? And not in the fun Matrix kind of way, but like you're stuck in some badly written reality TV show that never got picked up, but keeps airing anyway. Welcome to the modern age of hypernormalization, where everything is fake, but we pretend it's real because pretending is somehow easier than admitting we've lost the plot entirely. So let's define the term before we spiral off into beautifully cynical despair. Hypernormalization was coined by Russian author Alexei Yurchak in reaction to witnessing the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1980s. Though everyone knew that the system was corrupt and crumbling into ruin, nobody outwardly admitted it, nor saw any alternatives, and therefore acted as if it was all normal. Does this sound familiar? Nothing to see here, just the decline and fall of the largest nation on Earth. The BBC later turned Yurchak's work into a 3-hour fever dream documentary made by Adam Curtis. So, in a nutshell, the system is broken. Everyone knows it, but no one knows what to do about it. So, we all pretend it's normal, not because we believe in it, but because we don't have a better story. It's like watching a puppet show where the puppets are melting, the puppeteer is drunk, and the audience is applauding because, well, what else are you gonna do? Hypernormalization is what happens when reality collapses. And instead of rebuilding, we just build filters on top of filters. We don't fix the broken infrastructure. We just give it a new logo. Okay, so let's play a fun game. It's called Is This Real? The economy is booming, but you can't afford rent. Politicians talk about the middle class, but nobody can find one in the wild. A guy with some anime filters and a crypto hustle is giving life advice to 13 million followers. None of this makes sense, but we accept it because the alternative, acknowledging the deep structural dysfunction, is overwhelming. And there's no app for that yet. Modern life is like a funhouse mirror built inside a simulation hosted by a guy doing ayahuasca in a shipping container. All right. We live in a constant state of cognitive dissonance. Like, we know the news is curated chaos. We know social media is theater. We know the system is rigged, but we still post, we still vote, we still buy the $8 smoothie because it promises antioxidants and inner peace.
Landing gear deployed.
We're expected to smile through disaster, clap for every contradiction, share an infographic about hope while the planet is literally on fire. If you feel insane, it's because the world is gaslighting you into being functional in a system that makes no damn sense. And the best part, even rebellion feels fake now. Corporations sell revolution on tote bags. There's a line of self-care products called Anarchy. You can get a scented candle called late-stage capitalism. And that is hypernormalization. Even your resistance is monetized. Alright, so let's trace this downward spiral a bit. In post-World War II era, we were fed this shiny story about progress. Technology will save us. Democracy is stable. And you can own a house if you just work hard and don't really ask questions. But behind the scenes, corruption, propaganda, manufactured consent, and so forth. Governments lied, corporations grew tentacles, media merged into mega conglomerates, and every time something cracked, instead of fixing it, they gave us distraction. New tech, new fear, new scapegoats. It's like slapping duct tape on a volcano. So, over time, the truth became harder to locate. Not because it vanished, but because there really was too much noise. Too many versions of the truth. So now, everything's fuzzy. Leaders are polished puppets. Reality is focused groups. Your feed is tailored to reinforce your echo chamber. Your beliefs are data points. You can't tell what's satire because actual headlines read like jokes. CEO says working 100 hours a week is self-care. AI replaces therapist, offers hugs for $5.99 a month. That's not a Black Mirror episode. That's the Wall Street Journal. So, what does this do to us? Well, For starters, emotional numbness. We've become so saturated with crisis that we stop reacting. Not because we don't care, but because we can't. Our brains are on emotional dial-up, trying to download a decade of disasters with 1% battery and a cracked screen. We binge doom scrolling like it's self-care because at least it feels like something. And here's where it hits the hardest: your soul. In a hyper-normalized world, meaning itself becomes a casualty. If everything is curated, performed, or monetized, what's left that feels real? You go to work and pretend to care. You scroll through disasters like they're memes. Cry in the shower and then post a selfie with #blessed. Even emotions are suspect now. You can't just be sad. You need to brand it. Package your vulnerability into an aesthetic. We've become characters in our own Truman Show, but no one's watching, and the director quit halfway through the production. We are in the back seat of a speeding clown car, clapping because we think the horn sounds empowering. So we're exhausted. Not just from capitalism or social media, but from faking it. Faking optimism, faking motivation, faking a connection to a world that feels more like a simulation than a society. We're not burnt out from doing too much. We're burnt out from pretending any of it matters. Alright, so in hypernormalization, nothing is done for real reasons anymore. It's all optics, theater.
Low gravity warning.
Politicians don't lead, they trend. News isn't information. It's dopamine bait. Even your identity isn't really yours anymore. It's a brand. You've got to be on message even when you don't know what the hell the message is. it's not enough to live. You have to perform life. Not just go to a wedding. You must document it, filter it, post it, hashtag it, and then analyze engagement stats while disassociating in the bathroom. You know, we used to have lives. Now we have content calendars. You're not really living in a dystopia. You're living in a sponsored dystopia. One with an algorithm. And it's working exactly as intended. Alright, so as I like to do, here's the part where I'm supposed to give you some answers. So here goes. I don't really have any. At least not the kind that come with free shipping and a coupon code. But I do have some thoughts. Alright, so the first one is unplug from the performance. Stop curating your life like it's a museum exhibit. Be boring, be real. Watch the sunrise without posting it. Pay a lot less attention to the endless doom scroll of the news. The media is only adding fuel to the dumpster fire. Two, reconnect with your body. Go outside. Nature can save your life. Numerous studies have shown that spending time among trees and in nature, it really does offer significant health benefits, both mentally and physically. I mean, nature has been wonderful for me in my personal experience. Number 3, build micro realities. You can't fix the world, but you can make dinner for a friend, you can introduce yourself to your neighbor, get to know them. You can read a book printed on actual paper. Try to practice small acts of kindness, starting with being more kind to yourself. And I know how difficult that can be, especially if you're like me and your internal voice is a polluted stream of self-deprecation. But, I'm always working on it. Number 4, practice authenticity. Admit things are messed up. Be honest with yourself, even if it's uncomfortable. Let yourself feel the absurdity. Face the reality. Laugh or cry at it, but don't pretend it's normal, because it isn't. Number 5. Practice stillness. Not the Instagrammable kind with a latte and perfect lighting. Just sit, be, exist. No performance, no productivity, no agenda. Just presence. Existence consists a lot more than immersion in dysfunctional societies. If nothing feels real anymore, maybe the most radical thing you can do is just be real anyways. Even if that means looking awkward, being slow, or unprofitable. You're not an algorithm. You're a person. And that still counts for something, at least for now. Thanks for watching. There was a time in my life when I owned 4 cheese graters, and I rarely even eat cheese. There was the box grater, the microplane, the weird flat one with the ergonomic handle designed by Satan, and there was one shaped like a cow, because kitsch is how capitalism tricks you into smiling when you're down. I had a cheese grater for every occasion, except the one where you wake up in a cold sweat and realize you spent your life accumulating things to distract yourself from the yawning void inside. 4 cheese graters, 0 inner peace. That was my life. And that's where this story begins. Because the first step to healing isn't acceptance, it's disgust. All right. Let me tell you how I got here. And not in the birth story kind of way. No one needs that visual. I mean, to the point where I sat in an almost completely, well, almost empty apartment, not completely, with a folding chair and a single spoon. And I thought to myself, yeah, this feels good. It wasn't some Marie Kondo epiphany. It wasn't a Pinterest board. It was depression. The real kind. The kind that makes you look at your sock drawer and think, I don't need 18 of these. I'm not planning on surviving that long. And so, I began what I now refer to as the Great Purge. Not to be confused with the movie where people murder each other, although I did nearly assault somebody over a broken French press one time. You want to see the state of someone's soul? Don't look at their face. Open their junk drawer. Mine had 3 broken flashlights, expired batteries, a bunch of random cables, ancient cell phones, and a chocolate-stained, at least I hope it was chocolate, handwritten note that said, "Start over." I have no memory of writing it. That's the scariest part. It's funny how we keep all this crap just in case. Just in case what? Society collapses and we rebuild civilization with IKEA Allen wrenches and expired soy sauce packets. The truth is, we don't just keep it just in case. We keep it because throwing it away feels like admitting defeat. Like admitting that we were wrong to buy it in the first place. And if we were wrong about that, what else were we wrong about? Everything. Probably everything. So I started getting rid of stuff. Fast. Mercilessly. Old clothes, extra plates, that weird gift from an ex I kept for reasons I still don't understand. Gone. All of it. And what I realized, once the dust settled, and there was a lot of dust, is that I didn't miss a single goddamn thing. Alright, so let's talk about why we do this. Why we drown in stuff and call it comfort. And I think it's because we've been brainwashed. Capitalism is a religion, and advertising is its scripture. And we are the faithful, kneeling at the altar of money and materialism, praying for meaning through objects and the dopamine they temporarily provide. You know, we're told from birth that more equals better, more friends, more likes, more success, more square footage, more followers, more shit. Don't feel good? That's okay. There's a product for that. Don't feel safe? There's an upgrade. Don't feel seen? Just buy something loud enough to shout for you. But here's the dark little joke. The system doesn't care if you're happy. It only cares if you're hungry. And not for food, for identity, for validation, for belonging. And you know something? It's never enough. You never arrive. Because as soon as you buy the thing, the bar moves. There's always a better version, a sexier model. It's a treadmill powered by your self-loathing. You are not a consumer. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your time, your dopamine. These are the real currencies now. Stuff is just the bait. Alright, so let's talk about the spoon. After weeks of purging, I realized completely by accident that I was down to 1 spoon. And it worked. The single scratched stainless steel spoon became my tiny symbol of defiance. It fed me soup. It stirred my coffee. Delivered ice cream during meltdowns. Scooped peanut butter on particularly nihilistic afternoons. It did everything it needed to do. And somehow I survived. And even more than survived. I felt lighter. Not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Like, for the first time in years, my inner life wasn't being drowned out by junk. That 1 spoon wasn't a compromise. It was a revelation. It taught me that minimalism isn't about austerity. It's about clarity. You keep what matters. You let go of what doesn't. It's a philosophy disguised as a cleaning project. It's not about becoming a monk. It's about becoming intentional. And in a world engineered to make you reactive, that's radical. So there's a rule that I live by now, informed by minimalism. If it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no. And that goes for pretty much everything. Clothes, projects, people, events, jobs, jeans, emails, dates, invitations to parties I never wanted to attend in the first place. If I have to talk myself into something, it's probably not aligned with who I am. If I need to make a pros and cons list, it's already a no. Life is short. Attention is limited. And you only get so many hell yeses before you burn out and end up emotionally ghosting your own life. Minimalism taught me to treat my energy like a limited resource, because it is. And I'd rather spend it with people I love, doing things I actually enjoy, than organizing junk I bought to impress people who never even see it. So minimalism, for me, it wasn't some cute Pinterest aesthetic. It wasn't about sparking joy or becoming the next beige influencer who drinks mushroom tea and judges your throw pillows. It was survival. Because when you finally see the game for what it is, when you realize you've been tricked into spending your entire life trying to impress people you don't even like, buying shit you don't need, with money you don't really have, it does something to you. Something irreversible. You can't unsee it. You can't go back to the mail and empty that mailbox the same way again. And you can't go back to the mall and pretend that a scented candle is going to solve your spiritual crisis. You know, you've already walked through the fire at that point. And now you smell like burnt delusion. Minimalism in its roars to form is a middle finger to all of it. It's standing in a collapsing society, surrounded by endless noise and glittery bullshit, and choosing silence. Just choosing silence. And it's choosing the folding chair, the one spoon, the quiet life. Not because you've given up, but because you've woken up and you're done letting your trauma be monetized by billionaires in Patagonia vests. And here's the beautiful twist. Once you get out of the performative life, the curated clutter, the Instagram worthy success story, you find something stranger and better. You find clarity. You find space. You find out who you are when there's nothing left to buy. No one left to impress. And nothing standing between you and your own goddamn brain. That's where I live now. In the space between enough and who cares.
Ship recalled.
It's not glamorous. It's not something you can sell, but it's real. So if you're listening to this thinking, oh damn, I'm buried under so much crap, and none of it feels like mine anymore. Well, and there's a few simple, brutal steps I can suggest. Number one, pick one item, throw it out. The one that makes you feel the most pathetic. The aspirational ab machine, the panini press, the shirt you bought for a party that never happened. You'll know the one. Number two, stop buying things for the person you want to be. Buy for the person you are right now. You don't need a better version of you. You need less shame and more floor space. Number three, sit with the emptiness. Literally in a quiet room, on a folding chair, with a spoon, if that helps. Feel the discomfort of being alone with yourself and stay there. It passes And on the other side is something resembling peace. Number 4, unfollow anyone who sells you the idea of more, especially if they're smiling and wearing linen. They are not your friends. They're digital salespeople in disguise. Number 5, redefine wealth. For me, wealth is time, space, mental quiet, the freedom to say no. You don't need to be rich to have that. You just need to start subtracting. Now, I'm not saying you should live like a monk in a cave. I'm not even saying minimalism will fix your life. It won't. Your life will still be weird and messy and mildly to wildly disappointing. But you'll have some room to breathe. And in a world that profits off your suffocation, that's not nothing. That's everything. Thanks for watching. You ever get that feeling that the US isn't just getting dumber, it's actually working on it? Like it's a group project, and everyone's bringing Cheetos, but no one brought a damn pen. We're not just slipping into stupidity like it's a hot tub. We're cannonballing into it. We're throwing parades for it. We're giving it TV deals, endorsement contracts, and a podcast where it talks about its healing journey.
Ship recalled.
And it's not your imagination. Our society really is getting dumber. And not the good kind of dumb, or the fun kind of dumb. Like laughing at videos of cats slapboxing. The bad kind. The kind where we seem to be daring each other to trip over the same rock 5,000 times and then sue the rock for emotional damages. And just for the record, I think we're all guilty of this to some degree. And if you even hint that maybe thinking is good, you're immediately labeled an elitist. Like you just walked into a bowling alley wearing a monocle, quoting Kierkegaard. Alright, so Isaac Asimov, the famous author and biochemist, who, by the way, was smart enough to predict this dumpster fire decades ago, nailed it when he said the following: anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge. Let that sink in for a moment. Now, he wrote this like 40 years ago. America used to at least pretend to value intelligence. Scientists were admired, writers were respected because people actually read books. And the guy who invented sliced bread was a national hero. And now, if you use words with more than 3 syllables, somebody accuses you of word salad. You know, we used to aspire upward, and now we aspire sideways toward whoever talks the loudest and fastest while knowing the least. And don't kid yourself. This isn't some natural entropy of society. It's a conscious choice. We like stupid. It's just easier. It doesn't make you feel bad about scrolling through 19 hours of YouTube videos titled, "Watch this dog say bro."
Landing gear retracted.
And look, I get it. I waste time on some of this stuff too, especially when it comes to cats and dogs, but I digress. And meanwhile, critical thinking, you know, the thing that separates us from barn animals, no offense to barn animals, it gets treated like a personal attack. And God forbid you ask a question that doesn't fit neatly on a bumper sticker. And next thing you know, you're called a hater, or worse, negative vibes, because toxic positivity is also part of this problem. And now we're here, in a world where believing something loudly is more important than being quiet correctly. Where doing your own research means spending 2 hours on Reddit and suddenly knowing more than a virologist who spent 12 years studying infectious diseases. Knowledge isn't just devalued here, it's actively mocked. It's considered suspicious. Is someone saying, "You think you're better than me?" when they're presented with irrefutable evidence on a particular topic. Like, if you know too much, you must be part of some secret cabal. So welcome to the land of the free and the home of the brave. If by brave you mean too stubborn to Google it. Alright, so stupidity didn't just wander into America like a drunk at a wedding and start slow dancing with grandma. No, we invited it in. We pulled out a chair, poured it a drink, and let it drive the bus. It started slow. At some point, maybe right after World War II, the US of A decided that comfort was more important than curiosity. We wanted life to be easy, and thinking is hard. We built the suburbs. We filled them with TV dinners, plastic smiles, and educational systems designed to create compliant workers, not curious thinkers. Questioning anything became un-American. You didn't want kids to be philosophers. You wanted them to grow up, punch a clock, and buy a Buick. And then came cable news, where complex issues were considered, well, condensed into 30-second sound bites by men wearing obnoxious ties. And once reality TV hit, it was game over. Stupidity wasn't just tolerated, it became America's favorite distraction. We laughed it off. We told ourselves, it's just entertainment. Well, chugging diet soda and watching 6 hours of strangers throwing chairs at each other over baby daddies. I mean, I don't know about you, but Jerry Springer was pretty much inescapable in the 90s. Anyways, being smart started to become seen as being elite. And being educated meant you were somehow out of touch. And if you were too smart, then you were probably planning something nefarious. You were somehow dangerous. Smart used to be attractive, and then it got you labeled as distrustful. Okay. So then came the internet and everything changed. Where all information was instantly available and therefore instantly disposable. Because when everything is at your fingertips, nothing really matters anymore. You can just Google the answers, or better yet, just decide your feelings are the answer, regardless of the facts. And meanwhile, the foundation's rotted out. We gutted public education and turned libraries into Instagram museums. We stopped teaching kids how to think and started teaching them how to pass multiple choice tests written by a guy who once stapled his tie to his desk. And then we industrialized it. We weaponized stupidity. The media basically realized there's no faster way to grab eyeballs than to shove a camera in front of the loudest, wrongest, sweatiest idiot they could find and call it breaking news. I think social media was really the final bullet with all this. We didn't just lower the bar, we buried it. We dug a hole, threw the bar in, pissed on it, and handed out trophies to whoever could trip over it the most dramatically.
Landing gear deployed.
Stupidity is like fast food for the brain. It tastes good, it goes down easy, but eventually it's gonna kill you. So today, stupidity isn't something you're embarrassed about. It's something you shout about on social media in all caps. It's marketed, it's branded. I mean, you can walk into a Target right now and buy a mug that says, "I'm not arguing. I'm just explaining why I'm right." And the person buying it can't even spell the word argument. Being proud of being uninformed is like being proud that you failed to put on pants this morning. Except here, we throw your parade and let you give a TED Talk about your journey. You know, in today's America, ignorance isn't just tolerated, it's glorified. It's wrapped in a flag, handed a Bud Light, and shoved onto a TikTok feed. So, somewhere along the line, America confused freedom with freedom from consequences, accountability. I mean, you're free to believe you can stare at the sun if you really believe hard enough. But the sun doesn't give a shit about your freedom. You know, it'll fry your retinas just the same. Reality doesn't negotiate. You know, we live in a world where refusing to read the manual somehow makes you more trustworthy. Where a guy in a basement, high on Monster energy drinks, thinks he knows more about epidemiology than people who've been studying viruses since you were still eating crayons. Imagine trying to explain modern America to the founding fathers. Yeah, we built a constitutional republic based on reason and Enlightenment ideals. And then, 250 years later, half the country thinks the moon landing was faked by gay Satanists. And here's the thing. It's bipartisan. Both sides of the aisle have their own brands of boneheadedness. One side thinks we can shoot hurricanes, and the other thinks banning plastic straws will save the whales, even though they just flew into the rally in a private jet. It's a golden age of ignorance. And folks seem to be damn proud to be polishing brass on the Titanic. Okay, so remember that movie Idiocracy? Yeah, I'm gonna go there for a minute. When it came out, it was freaking hilarious. Like looking at a funhouse mirror version of the US. A stupid president, electrolytes instead of water, everybody punching each other for entertainment. And now fast forward 20 years, and I'm pretty sure half the population thinks Gatorade is a fruit or vegetable. And the other half is trying to live stream their own colonoscopy for TikTok followers. I mean, we're here. We made it. Somewhere, Mike Judge, the guy who made Idiocracy, is chain smoking on a balcony, muttering, "I was just kidding, you maniacs." And the terrifying thing, it seems we're still doubling down. Instead of course correcting, instead of collectively going, "Oh shit, maybe we should read a book or two," we're speedrunning it like a video game. Going for the high score in the dumbass Olympics. And corporations, they love this. Stupid people are the best customers. I mean, you can't sell critical thinkers $90 essential oils or convince them to buy a $1,500 smartphone that bends itself in half if you look at it wrong. But you can sell the willfully stupid just about anything. A subscription box for dirt, done. A $600 candle that smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's bathroom, sign 'em up. All right, so maybe you're thinking, yikes, this sounds bleak. And is there any hope? Honestly, yeah, a little. But you gotta squint to see it. There's still people out there reading real books, asking real questions, educating themselves authentically or experientially, quietly holding on to that flickering flame of curiosity, while the rest of the world tries to smother it over the top with insane gender reveal parties and edible glitter. I think being smart and not being afraid to show it means living with discomfort. It's difficult. It means being willing and able to admit when you're wrong. And it means being okay with complexity, contradiction, and uncertainty. So the good news, I think smart survives. It's stubborn. It's not loud. It's not flashy, but it's resilient. Like a cockroach with a PhD. And the thing about stupidity is that eventually it bumps into the hard wall of reality. When the bridges collapse and the crops fail, when the Amazon package doesn't show up because the supply chain finally imploded, suddenly people start looking around and going, hey, Does anybody know how to fix things? Build things? And the guy who spent the last 20 years reading books and educating himself instead of screaming at his phone, yeah, he's the one holding the duct tape. It won't be sexy, and it won't be immediate, but intelligence isn't dead. It's just hungover. And sooner or later, we're gonna need it to crawl out of bed, drink some black coffee, and start fixing the mess. So, at the end of the day, stupidity will always be popular, at least in the US. But intelligence, real, patient, compassionate intelligence, is what keeps the lights on. And by the way, that goes for emotional intelligence too, which is every bit as important. So if you're still here, still critically thinking, still refusing to go quietly into that great dumb night, you're already part of the resistance. Keep going. Thanks for watching. You ever look around and feel like you're the last human on Earth, but somehow your phone keeps buzzing with notifications from people who don't even know you exist? Welcome to the loneliness epidemic. We've got memes, we've got swiping, we've got AI companions who will text you sweet nothings while you die slowly in your overpriced one-bedroom apartment. Now, I'm not saying things are bad. I'm saying they're so disconnected that if aliens landed tomorrow, the first thing they'd think is, why are you all staring into little rectangles while your souls leak out of your eyeballs? All right, so today I want to talk about that deep, gnawing emptiness we all pretend isn't real. And let's start with a little light horror. So according to a 2023 CDC report, nearly half of US adults report feeling lonely always or often. That's not occasionally bummed out. That's chronic, bone deep, I would hug a snake if it made eye contact loneliness. I mean, you know it's bad when the U.S. Surgeon General issues an 80-page advisory about loneliness being as dangerous as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Not figuratively, literally. Your isolation is rotting you from the inside like a carton of discount gas station sushi. And it turns out that if you're under 30, congrats, you've won the misery lottery. Gen Z is now considered the loneliest generation ever recorded, despite being the most connected in human history. That's what happens when your childhood friendships are all based on Fortnite skins and disappearing Snapchat streaks. Alright, so let's really zoom in on one of the most deranged parts of this whole thing. Modern dating. I mean, you knew we were gonna go here. So once upon a time, you met someone because they sat behind you in high school algebra, or maybe they lived next door, or worked at the record store you shoplifted from. You got to know them slowly. You fell in love by accident, naturally, like catching the flu. And now, you're gamified. You're reduced to a profile picture, a pithy one-liner, and your proximity to someone else's geolocation settings. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, the new holy trinity of romantic disappointment. We swipe like slot machines, chasing that dopamine hit, that little red heart, that validation that yes, you are hot enough to be wanted, but not enough to be loved. It's not a date. It's a casino. That's right, we're back in the casino again. And you're the desperate gambler holding out hope that one more spin will land you someone who doesn't just ghost you after 3 texts and a picture of their dog. Alright, so you ever notice how dating apps never really end? There's no finish line. You don't get to a gold medal or a girlfriend. You just get more options. Always more options. Choice paralysis. More people to judge, more profiles to scroll past, like the Amazon products you'll never buy. I mean, we're flipping through like a catalog full of people instead of products until we eventually start to confuse the two. And that's kind of where we're at now. This is called intermittent variable rewards. It's the same trick that slot machines use. Give people unpredictable payouts and they'll never leave. It hijacks your brain's reward system. It makes love feel like gambling and rejection feel like a normal Tuesday. And because we're constantly swiping, we start treating people like content, like options. We're not looking for a partner. We're scrolling for a feeling. All right, so a 2023 Pew Research study found that 63% of dating app users feel exhausted by the process. Exhausted. Like they just ran a marathon through a field of red flags and unsolicited genital photos. People report feeling dehumanized, burnt out, anxious, and less hopeful about relationships the longer they use the apps. Because dating apps weren't designed to help us find love. They were designed to keep us swiping. And even worse, they're killing your self-esteem. You start to believe that your value is defined by your matches, that you are your rejection rate, that if you were just 10 pounds thinner or 3 inches taller or knew how to use a ring light, that you'd be worthy of love. So you'd think that with all the technology in our pants, don't laugh, we'd be more connected than ever. I mean, you can message someone across the planet in 1 second. You can send a photo of your coffee to 800 people who didn't ask, and you can FaceTime with your cat. But connection isn't about bandwidth. It's about presence, intention, and meaning. And we've got none of that. Instead, we have notifications. We have 1 million friends, but no one to call when you're having a panic attack in the canned soup aisle at Target. I mean, we've got hearts, thumbs, smiley faces, but no actual touch. We've basically replaced eye contact with red receipts. We've replaced intimacy with emojis. We've replaced conversation with whatever the hell LOL is supposed to mean, but no one's actually laughing. Alright, so here's something fun and depressing. A 2021 study from Harvard found that 1 in 3 Americans feels serious loneliness. That's 100 million people walking around like ghosts, hoping someone accidentally brushes their arm in the grocery store so they can remember what human contact feels like. But reality doesn't pay like fantasy does. Apps, screens, porn, filters, streaming services, it's all synthetic affection. It's safer, easier, and way more predictable than dealing with an actual human who might say something horrifying like, "I'm emotionally unavailable, but I think I love you." So, modern loneliness is not just the absence of people. It's the presence of artificial people. It's simulation overload. It's drowning in mirrors instead of windows. And we're looking at representations of connection, not thing itself. And eventually, your brain starts to forget the difference. Okay, so somewhere along the way, society convinced us that self-reliance was the ultimate goal. Hyper-independence, hustle culture. I don't need anyone, and I never need to ask for help. Cool. Now we have entire cities full of people who don't know their neighbors, but have strong opinions about oat milk. You know, it seems that we've turned community into a weakness, and vulnerability, forget it. You cry in public and people look at you like you just shit on the sidewalk. Unless you're on TikTok, in which case it gets 40,000 likes and a sponsorship from BetterHelp. We forgot how to be interdependent. We forgot that humans are wired to connect, to care, and to co-regulate. And now we wonder why everyone's anxious, medicated and romanticizing the idea of disappearing into the woods. And believe me, I'd love to disappear into the woods myself. So I get it. Okay, so let's go back to dating for a second because, oh boy. The modern dating has become a job interview when nobody shows up on time and everyone's lying on their resume. We've over-optimized attraction and we've turned chemistry into checklists. And people talk about relationships like project managers talk about deliverables. I mean, we've got red flags, green flags, soft launches, hard launches, trauma bonds, situationships, ghosting, love bombing, orbiting, what else? Breadcrumbing, benching. It's a psychosexual baseball game and nobody's winning. I saw a 2022 Psychology Today article that revealed many people now experience what's called dating app induced learned helplessness. That's therapist speak for I've been rejected, ghosted, lied to, or ignored so many times that I now believe love is a scam and I should just get a dog and eventually die. Though I have to admit that doesn't sound like such a bad idea. However, alright, let's get uncomfortable. There's a gendered element to all this. Women are increasingly opting out of dating entirely because, frankly, a lot of men aren't doing great. A 2022 study found that men make up 62% of dating app users, but they get far fewer matches. So now we've got hordes of lonely men competing in a rigged casino while women are being bombarded with 500 "hey" messages a day from guys whose profile pictures look like mugshots. But it's not just about apps, it's about emotional skill. The same study showed that young men are falling behind in emotional intelligence, communication, and relationship maintenance. So what happens? Women say, screw it, I'll stay single. Men say, screw it, women are the problem. And now we have Reddit threads that read like manifestos from people who just lost custody of their personality. All right, so here's the math. In 1990, 3% of men under the age of 30 reported having no sex in the past year. And in 2023, 33%. That's a tenfold increase. And no, they're not choosing celibacy because they found Jesus or developed a sudden passion for knitting. It's not just sex that's disappearing. It's intimacy, friendship, touch, conversation that lasts longer than a meme reference. You know, we're in a collective dry spell of the soul. And it's not just the young. Senior citizens are lonelier than ever too. As of 2021, over 1/3 of adults over 45 report being chronically lonely. That's your mom, your dad, your weird neighbor who feeds pigeons and talks to squirrels, etc. So, loneliness isn't just being alone. It's the absence of being seen. It's that feeling when you text someone something meaningful and they reply with a thumbs up if they reply at all. It's being in a crowded room and feeling like you're underwater. It's a birthday where your only card is from your internet provider. Loneliness rewires your brain. It increases cortisol, decreases serotonin. It's linked to heart disease, stroke, depression, anxiety, and early death. I mean, it literally kills you. Like a death from 1,000 cuts. Okay. Now that I've painted the inside of your skull with emotional tar, here's where we pivot. Not into sunshine and rainbows. This isn't a TED Talk for wine moms, no offense to wine moms, but into possibility. Because loneliness at its core is a relational injury. That means the cure is relationship. Real ones. Not likes, matches, or followers. People. Flawed, annoying, awkward people. Okay, so before we get into what helps, let's talk about what doesn't. We can't algorithm our way out of loneliness. We can't swipe through it and can't Amazon Prime a connection. And know that AI partner who texts you affirmations at 3 a.m., that's not love. That's just code simulating what love looks like after corporate capitalism lobotomized it and put it on a monthly subscription plan. The apps won't save us. They were never supposed to. Dating apps were built for profit, not connection. They need us single. They need us to be endlessly scrolling. You know, their whole business model depends on our almost but not quite satisfaction. They're a slot machine that promises connection, but mostly gives us disappointment and carpal tunnel. They gamified human interaction, which is great if you're trying to market shoes. And it's horrific if you're trying to feel seen, loved, or remotely human. So here's something nobody on social media will tell you. Real connection isn't awkward. It's analog. It's eye contact that's slightly too long. It's misread texts. It's emotional exposure with no undo button. But it's also the only thing that actually works. We need in-person friendships again. We need slow, boring, consistent interactions that don't give us a dopamine spike, but make us feel a little less like we're screaming into a void. Think, I don't know, book clubs, community gardens, I don't know, pickleball. Think awkward game nights with weird neighbors where you learn someone's allergic to raisins in real time. That stuff matters. That's the fabric of a life worth living. not filtered photos and algorithms. Alright. So here's something dark. Chronic loneliness rewires your brain to expect rejection. You become hypervigilant. You interpret neutral faces as negative.
Landing gear
You
recovered.
assume people don't like you before they even meet you. And you know what happens? You behave in a way that ensures your own isolation. It's like Stockholm Syndrome, but lonelier. So, part of healing isn't just meeting new people. It's rewriting the script that says we're unlovable, too weird, or too broken, or too whatever the hell it is. Because connection is a two-way mirror. We won't let anyone truly see us until we stop hiding from ourselves. Adult friendship is another issue. Adult friendship is a logistical nightmare. Hey, we should get together, like really soon. And cut to 6 months later, nothing has happened. We've liked each other's memes and haven't spoken in person. You know, we live in a culture where we need a Google Calendar, 5 DMs, and a blood oath just to grab coffee. If friendship has become so transactional and scheduled that spontaneity feels suspicious. Like, why is this person calling me without warning? Are they dying? We need to deformalize connection. Bring back random check-ins, bring back sitting on someone's couch and not doing anything.
System scan
I mean,
complete.
I'm not saying go as far as like Seinfeld and, you know, have Kramer just walk in your door and go through your fridge. But, you know, let's bring back unstructured time with humans. It's the most undervalued currency on the planet. Okay, so, you know, if you're an introvert, you know, I get it. I mean, I am. Some of us don't really like people. We're introverted. Socializing is exhausting. People are loud and smell weird, etc., etc. But I don't think we should confuse introversion with emotional starvation. Even the quietest among us still need touch, trust.
Fuel sampling complete.
You know, you don't have to go to a rave, but maybe a coffee with one person, a walk with a friend who won't make you talk too much. I mean, we're not broken for needing less social time, but we're not bulletproof either. The myth of the lone wolf is cool until winter comes and there's nobody to help you dig your grave. Okay. So dating, it's a mess, but it doesn't have to stay that way. And here's a few thoughts. Number one, get off the apps, or at least detox for a while. Seriously, they're built to keep us insecure. They're mirrors that reflect the worst parts of how transactional we've become. Number two, stop trying to find the one. Instead of trying to find the one, focus on becoming the one. Find someone who puts your nervous system at ease. Someone who listens when you talk and laughs at your jokes and doesn't make you want to walk into traffic. I mean, that's a damn good start. I know, easier said than done, but number three, lower your expectations and raise your standards.
System scan complete.
Expect awkwardness. Expect imperfection.
From shift drive operating beyond safety
But
limits.
don't settle for people who make you feel smaller just because you're afraid of being alone. Alright. Number four, lead with honesty. I mean, it's terrifying, but also it filters out the bullshit fast. Hey, I'm emotionally weird and scared of abandonment, but working on it is way hotter than I'm chill, LOL. Alright, so let's talk about touch. Remember that thing, skin on skin, a hug that lasts longer than a handshake? There's a thing called touch starvation, and it's ravaging people. We never were meant to go weeks or months, some people years, without physical affection. And no, your weighted blanket doesn't count, and yes, I've tried. So, touch lowers cortisol. It boosts oxytocin. It makes us feel like we exist in the world. And we've medicalized and sexualized it so much that people are afraid to even ask for a damn hug. You want to combat loneliness? Start hugging your friends again. Or go to a cuddle therapist. They exist. And no, it's not that weird. What is weird is trying to fix human connection through a screen. Okay. So this is important. Being lonely does not mean we failed. It means we're alive in a time when human connection is being algorithmically dismantled. And it's not your fault. But it is our responsibility. And we have to relearn connection the way people with strokes relearn speech. Slowly, awkwardly, with a lot of bad sentences. But I think it's worth it. Because on the other side of loneliness is a weird, beautiful, dumb, unpredictable thing called intimacy. And yes, it might hurt us, but it might also save us. Okay, so let's wrap up with some actual tools. Not advice that sounds like it came from a yoga influencer with trust fund. Okay, 1. Micro interactions. Say hi to the barista. Make small talk with the mail carrier. And look, I get it. If you're an introvert, you hate small talk. But trust me on this. Just try a few things. I mean, I work on this daily. You know, compliment someone's shirt. It doesn't have to be about deep connections. It's about priming your brain to feel connected again. 2, show up in person. Yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, pants are required. But nothing replaces physical presence. You know, go to the thing. Be awkward. You're gonna survive. 3, start tiny tribes. Dinner with a couple of friends, a walk club, a group text that isn't cursed. You know, build your own low pressure community. 4, tell the truth more. Vulnerability is the antidote to loneliness. Try this line. Hey, I've been feeling kind of isolated. Want to hang out? If they run away, they weren't your people anyway. 5. Create a routine of connection. A weekly call, a monthly get-together. Put it on the calendar like it's a doctor's appointment, because honestly, it's just as important. Look, I struggle with all of these, but in speaking this out loud, I'm trying to accept more accountability in changing things. That's part of the reason I like making these videos. Okay. A few final thoughts, and then we're done with this long video. You know, loneliness is the default setting of modern life. But I don't think it has to be permanent. We don't need 100 friends, and we don't need, well, we do need a few weirdos who don't flinch when you cry, overshare, or talk about death over pancakes. And we don't need to be fixed. We need to be seen. And if you feel alone, remember, so does everyone else pretty much. Even the hot ones on Instagram, even the guys with six-packs and podcasts, even the women doing TikTok dances in kitchens that cost more than your entire childhood. We're all kind of flailing. So, make an attempt to reach out. Even if your hand is shaky, even if your voice cracks, because the most rebellious act in a disconnected world is to give a shit out loud. And hey, don't mistake solitude for a death sentence. Sometimes being alone is how you figure out who you are. I mean, I need lots of alone time. But connection, that's how you remember why it matters. That's it for me today. Thanks for watching. Imagine a future where you wake up naturally. No alarm, no panic attack, no existential dread pressing on your chest like a drunk uncle who fell asleep mid-hug at a family reunion. Your AI assistant has already brewed your coffee exactly the way your taste buds and your nervous system like it. And it's adjusted the lighting to match your circadian rhythm and scheduled your tasks for the day based on optimal dopamine release patterns. You work from home. If you still even work in the traditional sense, most of the repetitive, boring, soul-sucking jobs have been automated. And now you get to spend your day creating, thinking, and exploring weird ideas with other weird humans while the machines do all the heavy lifting. And society has finally realized that people are more than productivity units. There's universal basic income. Mental health care isn't a punchline. And you haven't had to email an HR rep in 5 years. Okay. Now I want you to imagine the other future. This one's a little more fun. You wake up in a pod the size of a walk-in coffin. Your job is to train the AI that replaced you under the guise of freelance consulting for a platform called Worker without the E, or Skills without the I, or some other disemboweled vowel startup. You're rated on a 5-star scale by bots. You compete with thousands of other desperate freelancers for 30-second gigs that pay 13 cents. And you're paid in crypto, but only after your behavior score hits 85%. And as far as healthcare goes, only if you subscribe to Premium Humanity Plus do you get healthcare. And therapy? That's a chatbot named Bliss Unit who tells you to try deep breathing and reminds you to smile more. And then at night, you watch content written by machines, performed by deepfakes, produced by algorithms, and then you wonder when exactly the future got so synthetic and surreal. And now here's the fun part. Both of these futures are technically possible. No pun intended. And right now, we're somewhere in between these. Or maybe we're sliding towards the second one in a shopping cart with one bad wheel, pushed by a grinning tech bro who keeps yelling, "Disruption." Alright, so let's talk about how AI is already mutating the world of work. What it's breaking, what it might fix, and why, despite what LinkedIn says, pivoting might just mean selling plasma. Okay. Let's start with a simple truth. AI isn't here to liberate you. It's here to optimize you. And by optimize, I mean trim the fat. And by fat, I mean you. You know, the moment artificial intelligence learned to write emails and crank out soulless marketing copy, the corporate world had a eureka moment. They were like, oh, wait a minute. If we could do everything we already do, just without paying health insurance, or lunch breaks, or whatever's left of human dignity, let's do it. And so began the great optimization. Not to make life better, but to make the quarterly earnings report slightly sexier to investors. So the bosses aren't evil masterminds twirling their mustaches. They're just terrified middle managers trying to keep their own jobs by nodding along to whatever buzzword-rich PowerPoint is trending that week. You know, last year it was synergy. And this year it's generative AI. And next year it's probably going to be something like, please don't unionize. Okay. A little reality check here. As of 2024, 40% of businesses in the US say they're already experimenting with AI to cut labor costs, not enhance jobs, cut them, fire and replace, out with the humans and in with the spreadsheet sorcery. AI is turning corporate capitalism into a bizarre paradox. Machines create more value, but fewer people are getting paid. And productivity is skyrocketing while wages are flatlining. And what's left of the middle class quietly disappears. And the best part, you're expected to cheer this on. Learn to code, upskill, pivot, rebrand your existential crisis by embracing change. And, you know, never mind that your resume now reads like the backstory of a broken NPC in a dystopian video game. Former graphic designer turned UX content strategist turned AI prompt engineer turned DoorDash top dasher. Alright. So let's not pretend this is new. AI didn't create the soul-crushing gig economy. It's just giving it steroids and a smiley interface. I mean, do you remember when Uber was supposed to empower workers? Be your own boss, make your own hours. And then that turned out to mean 14-hour days, sleep in your car, and pray that your rating doesn't dip below 4.7, or you're excommunicated like a leper with bad customer service vibes. You know, that same model is now being wrapped in a shiny new code. Only now, instead of delivering pad thai to drunk college kids, you're delivering prompts to train AI models that will eventually replace you. So it's kind of like helping build your own guillotine. But hey, at least they gave you equity in that blade. So the platforms are breeding faster than conspiracy theories on a Tuesday in the US. Fiverr, Upwork, Amazon, Mechanical Turk. If you've never heard of them, good. Stay pure. But for a lot of other people, they're out there scraping together $3.50 gigs like digital coal miners with lungs full of algorithm dust. I mean, you do data labeling for 6 hours, you get paid enough for a gas station sandwich and a single-ply toilet paper roll. But hey, I mean, you're part of the future, and that's exciting, right? And, you know, this is what people are calling progress. Okay, so let's say you do still have a job. Congrats. Now you get to live in a hybrid nightmare of human labor and machine oversight. Think 1984, but with Slack notifications and facial recognition. You know, modern AI doesn't just replace jobs. It monitors the ones that it hasn't stolen yet. Then your keystrokes are tracked, your bathroom breaks are time-stamped. You know, your tone in your emails is analyzed for team cohesion. Your screen activity is recorded in real time by something called productivity analytics software, which is really just a polite way of saying, we're watching you poop. Amazon warehouse workers already wear devices that buzz if they slow down. And call center reps have AI whispering in their ear, coaching them mid-call like some deranged sports announcer. Your empathy levels are dropping, Michael. Smile harder. I mean, even office workers aren't safe at this point. You know, a lot of companies, they now use software that monitors whether you're looking at your screen or how long your mouse is idle. And God help us all, how often you use positive language in Slack messages. Because, you know, nothing says high morale like being forced to type yay after your 4th meeting that day. You know, you're no longer a person with intuition, experience, or emotional nuance. You're a cluster of metrics, a productivity rat in a digital maze, punished for blinking too long. Alright, so here's the psychological twist. Even if your job isn't taken by AI, it's being reshaped in its image. You know, suddenly you're expected to compete with machines. Output faster, work longer, respond instantly, sleep less, never log off. Because if you can't, guess what? There's a tool that can. And even creatives aren't spared. Writers, artists, video editors, you now have to churn out more with less, while being told AI is just your assistant. But it's the kind of assistant that keeps sending you passive-aggressive calendar invites and occasionally draws better than you. Though I'd say it's getting better at that all the time. You know, burnout used to be a symptom, and now it's a performance metric. You know, we've internalized this grind. We wear it like a badge of shame-flavored honor. I only slept 4 hours last night. I had 83 messages before breakfast. My brain is melting. The spreadsheet says we're winning. You know, it's late stage corporate capitalism and midlife crisis. If they had a baby, you know, they'd probably name it Hustle GPT. Okay. So let's come up for some air. Because yes, it's easy to spiral into the hellscape. It's practically a hobby at this point. But let's try something a little crazy for a minute. Imagine it doesn't all go to shit. Imagine if AI actually helps. I know. It feels wrong just saying it. Like complimenting a slumlord. But hear me out. What if AI does exactly what it promised to do before the venture capital money started foaming at the mouth? I mean, what if it automates all the garbage jobs first? The ones nobody wants to do. The ones no human being should ever have to do unless they're being punished in some ancient Greek myth. Like scrubbing millions of spam comments from the internet, or analyzing 10,000 hours of insurance footage, or listening to customer service calls about why someone's Wi-Fi isn't working even though they've already rebooted the damn router 10 times. I mean, what if AI becomes the invisible infrastructure of our lives? Handling the repetitive nonsense so we don't have to. Because let's be honest, there's a reason most people fantasize about not wanting to work. And it's not because we're lazy, it's because a huge percentage of jobs are bullshit. Entire industries exist solely to maintain the illusion of productivity. And if AI bulldozes those jobs into the abyss, that's not a loss. That's an exorcism. I mean, think about the time we'd get back. Not just in a do more side hustles way. I mean actual time. Human time. Time to sleep, read, sit on the porch and stare at birds like some semi-functional grandpa philosopher. Time with loved ones, pets, nature. I mean, that sounds kind of great to me anyway. I mean, look at it this way. Maybe we stop organizing our whole society around work. Maybe employment isn't the foundation of human worth anymore. What if we uncouple survival from labor and finally admit that forcing people to work 40 plus hours a week just to survive is basically economic BDSM? What if AI becomes the final nail in the coffin of that whole bullshit grindset religion? Universal basic income, suddenly that's not a fantasy. Healthcare decoupled from employment, I mean, that's way overdue. Work becomes optional at this point. Work if you want to. Creativity becomes central. People finally write those books they keep talking about at parties but never start. You know, kids grow up watching their parents exist instead of disintegrating on Zoom calls. You know, it's not utopia, but it's not Black Mirror either. I mean, it's possible. Okay, but here's the catch. And you knew this was coming. Who owns the robots? Because we already know how this goes. You know, technology doesn't liberate people by default. It liberates capital. That's the default setting. And that's why for every one dreamy tech utopia idea, imagine if AI made life easier. There's a counterpoint that sounds like, yes, but what if a private equity firm owns all of the life-easing AI and charges you $8.99 a minute to use it unless you agree to watch 5 ads and let them scrape your dreams for marketing data? So yeah, we could have a world where AI gives us freedom, but first we'd have to pry it out of the cold, manicured hands of Silicon Valley bros who believe empathy is a bug in the code, and they don't understand why everyone doesn't want to live in a luxury pod with a smoothie IV drip and a 5G toilet. Alright, let's get back to the more comfortable terrain where everything falls apart. Because, you know, most of us love our dystopian porn. I mean, let's face it, it's the more likely outcome if nothing changes. It isn't robot overlords, it's worse. You know, what it is it's like a smiley face prison made of convenience and dopamine and permanent surveillance. It's being nudged to death, poked and scored, optimized into a grinning husk of yourself. And you won't be chained up. You'll be empowered to make choices, all of which are subtly rigged, not through malice, but through metrics. And every app you use, every gig you apply for, every piece of content you consume will be customized for engagement, efficiency, and safety. Your AI job coach will gently suggest you stop expressing frustration online. Your AI landlord might raise your rent if your behavior score drops. And then your AI therapist will quietly flag you for content risk if you mention the wrong word too many times. You won't get fired. You'll get phased out, deprioritized, made invisible. So, AI will keep society running like a well-oiled machine. But what they won't tell you is that you're no longer part of the machine. You're the squeaky piece they replaced with a smoother part. You're still free to exist, but you just won't matter anymore. And because everything still works on the surface, no one notices the slow collapse happening underneath. It's like a mall that never closes, but every store sells the same 5 things, and no one remembers what sunlight feels like. Okay. Take a deep breath. That was a lot of doom and gloom. So let's talk potential solutions. And not necessarily the kind that involve revolutions or cybernetic implants, though it may very well come to that. Let's talk about things you can actually do without turning into an off-grid prepper who makes homemade toothpaste out of baking soda and fear. Alright. So number 1, get very real about what you actually want from work. This might be the first time in history where we can ask ourselves, what's the point of all this? Not in a midlife crisis way, but in a survival way. Do you want security, flexibility? Do you want meaning? No boss, no pants? Start there. Because the old system is not coming back. Ever. It's being melted down for parts. Alright, number 2. Learn AI. Not just to use it, but to see through it. And to try to understand it and not be terrified of it. And you don't have to be a programmer. But get familiar with the tools, learn how they work, use them like you'd use a power drill. Not something magical, but something sharp. Something that can either build or sever. You know, the people that understand AI will steer it, and the rest will be dragged behind it, screaming about how unfair it is. All right, number 3. Don't buy the hype or the panic. You know, both are ultimately distractions.
Ship recalled.
The people yelling that AI will replace you are often the same people trying to sell you a $300 course on how to survive being replaced. You know, the truth is actually more boring and more dangerous. AI won't replace everyone, of course. It'll make some people obsolete, yes. But it'll make some people hyperproductive, and most people confused and exhausted. You know, you don't need to become a tech wizard, but you do need to stay awake and try to pay attention and ask questions like, who profits from this? Who gets left out? Who gets to decide what better actually means? All right. Number 4. Protect your sanity ruthlessly. I mean, whatever happens next, the one thing that's guaranteed is mental fatigue. The world is, you know, it's changing fast and not in the cool sci-fi way, unfortunately. More like in a wait, was that building here yesterday kind of way. So protect your brain like it's a fragile, easily corrupted hard drive. You know, take breaks, log off, get bored on purpose. You know, let your mind breathe. And, you know, if you can escape this entirely and go off the grid or something, more power to you. You know, no algorithm is coming to save your soul. That's your job. Okay. Number 5. Build human networks now. You know, the biggest threat of the AI future isn't automation, it's isolation. Because the lonelier we are, the easier we are to control and manipulate, and etc., etc. You know, find people who get it. Talk to them, meet in person if you can. Share tools, share grief, share black coffee and rage. I don't know. But just communicate with transparency. and try to listen to each other. You know, the machine wants us atomized. We can resist by connecting. You know, look, I don't know what's coming. I'm not a futurist. I'm just some melancholic jackass yelling into an algorithm void, you know, hoping that someone else out there gives a damn. But here's what I do know. AI is not a god. It's not a demon. It's a tool. It's a really weird, powerful tool that reflects whoever is holding it. You know, if we let billionaires and buzzwords steer this thing, you know, we're all gonna end up as unpaid background actors in a never-ending live stream called Late Crony Capitalism, the Musical. But if enough of us stay awake, like really awake, there's still time, I think, to build something better. You know, something weird but real. Tangible. You know, something human. So yeah, you know, the robots are coming, but so are we. And maybe just don't let the machines write your eulogy. Thanks for watching. Do you ever just stare into the void of your fridge at 2 a.m., holding a slice of cold pizza like it's a compass pointing to your destiny, and wonder to yourself, wow, this is exactly what I wouldn't have chosen? Like if someone handed you a cosmic vending machine at the age of 10 and you were told, here, punch in the code for your ideal future, would you have hit B7, dead-end job, recurring plantar fasciitis, mild drinking problem, and a toxic ex who still Venmos you at 2 a.m. with cryptic messages like, remember the cabin? Probably not. You would have chosen rock star or astronaut or just person who feels okay most of the time. Okay, so let's start with the bad news. Free will might very well be fake, like sugar-free cake or politicians. You didn't choose your parents, or your childhood, or your socioeconomic class, or that moment in 8th grade when you got confused and you peed your pants during a book report on the Louisiana Purchase. No. That was all fate or trauma, which is basically just fate with better branding. And you didn't even choose your favorite band. Your brain just latched onto the first guitar riff that gave you a dopamine jolt at age 14. And you went, yeah, this is my identity now. And then you spent the next 2 decades defending it like a wounded raccoon in a dumpster full of pitchfork reviews. So, we think we're in control because we can pick between Netflix and Hulu,
Ship dismissed.
or regular and decaf, Spotify, or complete silence, because this algorithm keeps recommending Taylor Swift, and you're middle-aged, twice divorced, with a restraining order from Joy. But the deeper truth, most of our choices were made by things outside of our control. Our genes, environment, culture, trauma, apparently even our gut bacteria. And did you know that there's research that actually suggests your microbiome may influence your decision making? Yeah, isn't that great? So now I'm faced with not being an individual. I'm just a walking meat puppet run by yogurt. Okay then. Robert Sapolsky, neuroscientist, author, and part-time destroyer of hope. He wrote a book called Determined, where he makes a compelling case that free will is an illusion. Sorry, all you existentialists, myself included. Not just fuzzy, not just compromised, but straight up non-existent. Like your gym membership or your last situationship. So according to Sapolsky, every decision we make is the outcome of a long, tangled mess of neurons firing in predictable, causally determined ways. So your choice to become a philosophy major or, I don't know, a computer science major, that was your upbringing. Your biology, your fear of math, and your need to seem deep at parties, not free will. Sapolsky explains that everything we do is just the end result of causes stacked upon causes, stacked on top of more causes. Your childhood, your genes, stress levels, hormone profile, your fetal environment, and yes, even that concussion you got during junior high flag football. And, you swore it wasn't that bad. Well, it was. And because you haven't been the same since. So, what this means is when you reach for a cigarette or decide to ghost your therapist or buy a used motorcycle during a midlife spiral, you might think you're making a choice, but you're not. You're just the end result of billions of dominoes tipping in slow motion. And the weirdest part of this, your brain is designed to lie to you about this. It has to. Otherwise, you'd never get out of bed. You'd just lay there in your crusty sheets whispering, "None of this is real," while your dog stares at you like, "Are you gonna feed me or what?" But here's the kicker. Even if free will is an illusion, it's a necessary illusion. It's what keeps us from turning into nihilistic puddles of slop, though I may be an exception. It's what makes you feel guilty enough to text back your mom. It's what makes you believe you can change, even if your entire neurological makeup says, "Nah, bro, you're gonna do the same dumb thing again next week." So yeah, we're not really in control. But the lie is so convincing and so deeply embedded that we feel like we are. And sometimes feeling like we're free is the only freedom we really get. Okay, so if we've been sleepwalking through life under the illusion of choice, the obvious question becomes, where exactly are we sleepwalking to? Because it's not just that we've been tricked into thinking we're in control. It's that the world we live in and we've built around is a lie that's getting exponentially more complicated and maybe less forgiving of that delusion. Alright, so let's take AI, or as we like to call it now, the reason we wake up at 3 a.m. and staring at the ceiling and wonder for an hour if we're still going to be employable in 3 years. AI doesn't care about our illusion of free will. It doesn't care about your dreams, epiphanies, or that one time we took a spontaneous road trip and found ourselves on the Pacific Coast Highway singing badly into the wind. No, AI just wants data. It wants patterns. It wants to know that if we watch 3 videos about sourdough starters, we're probably 2 clicks away from buying a $400 bread machine that we'll use exactly once. And it's disturbingly good at this because we're disturbingly predictable. You know, we like to believe we're wild cards, complex beings full of contradictions and mystery, but you know, let's be honest with ourselves. We're just behavioral spreadsheets wrapped in skin. Algorithms know what we'll do before we do. That's not a joke. That's a typical day at Google. And the thing is, the smarter the technology gets, the more obvious it becomes how little free will we actually have. You know, we're building machines that are excellent at imitating us, and in doing so, they're holding up a mirror, and it's not flattering. It's a mirror that says, hey,
Fuel replenished.
turns out your personality can be summarized in 18 data points and a caffeine habit. So we're not training them to be more human. We're just slowly realizing we're not as human as we thought. Okay. Now, some people might find this terrifying, and I understand. Other people might find it liberating. And personally, I find it a bit like realizing my favorite dive bar is actually a front for a multi-level marketing scheme. I still like the atmosphere, but now everything tastes a little off. And, you know, here's the philosophical gut punch. If our choices are mostly shaped by genetics, environment, trauma, marketing and TikTok trends. And if we're building a future where even machines can anticipate our next move before we've even made it, then what kind of future are we actually walking into? A deterministic one? One where everything's locked in and we're just along for the ride? Because that's not just science fiction anymore. That's today. And if the future is deterministic, if AI can outthink us, outdecide us, or outmaneuver us in every meaningful way, then we're gonna have to ask ourselves something deeply uncomfortable. What does dignity look like in a world where we don't really have control? Do we still deserve agency, respect, rights, when we're just slightly hairier versions of ChatGPT with less processing power and way more sexual dysfunction? I mean, some might say we need to build a future that respects human autonomy. Great. But what does that even mean when autonomy is basically a polite illusion we've all agreed not to look at too closely? You know, the optimists say we'll merge with the machines, like the singularity, that will use AI as a tool to enhance our choices. You know, they say technology will help us become more ourselves. But what if we don't want to meet ourselves? What if we don't like what we find? And what if becoming more ourselves just means realizing we're anxious apes with short attention spans, an existential crisis, and, you know, a compulsive need to check our phones every 8 seconds? Look, here's the deal. The future is coming, whether we're ready for it or not. And the more we strip away the fantasy of free will, the more we're going to have to decide what kind of reality we actually want to live in. You know, not just one where we feel free, but one where we have the space, the time, and the collective will to build meaning anyway, even if it's all an illusion. Okay. So maybe we're not in control. Maybe free will is just a cleverly designed hallucination we've all agreed to share, like money, or the idea that we're ever going to find time to meditate. But that leaves us with a more dangerous question. What is the point? If we're just meat puppets being yanked around by biology, advertising, and unresolved childhood neglect, then what is the meaning of life? You know, why do we keep dragging our bodies out of bed every morning to sit in traffic, attend emotionally numbing meetings, pay bills for furniture we never really sit on, and argue with bots online who don't even have real profile pictures? You know, what the hell are we doing? You know, for a long time, religion handled this for us. The meaning of life was God has a plan. You know, a little vague, but comforting. Like, you know, wrapping yourself in a warm towel right after getting hit by a car. But for a lot of us, that answer doesn't really land anymore. You know, we've seen behind the curtain. We've read the articles. We've taken the psychedelics. We've watched The Matrix multiple times. And now we're stuck with this raw, unfiltered awareness that we're on a dying rock in the middle of an indifferent universe, trying to invent some sense of purpose between the occasional panic attack and a craving for pizza, which I have right now. So there's no master plan, and our choices aren't really ours. Then what's left? You know, maybe meaning isn't something we find. Maybe it's something that we generate, like body heat or passive-aggressive family tension. You know, we create meaning in tiny ways. We take care of each other and tell stories. We make shitty art. We write painfully honest journal entries in the middle of the night and imagine it might help someone out there, even if that someone is just us. We love even when it's messy and even when it ends. We laugh at funerals, not because we're monsters, but because life is so fucked up and so short and so full of pain that sometimes the only logical response is to wheeze laugh until snot comes out your nose. You know, that might be the point. Maybe we don't need some grand cosmic narrative to make this all worthwhile. It's enough to say, you know, this really hurts. And it's beautiful, and it's temporary, and I'm here no matter what. Because here's the paradox. Even if our choices are mostly determined, we still experience them as choices.
Ship recalled.
Even if the universe is on rails, we feel like we're steering. And that feeling, however fake it might be, is where meaning sneaks in through the back door. It's in how we respond to the utter randomness of everything, to the pain, to the fact that we're probably not special, and that no one's coming to save us. So, we can still choose to be kind. We can still choose to make art, or raise kids, or scream into the void, and then go make soup for someone we love. Even if none of it matters in the grand heat death of the universe sense, it matters to us in the present moment. And maybe that's enough. Because, let's face it, even if there were some grand objective meaning, what would we even do with that information? Get another tattoo, update our LinkedIn bios. You know, we're not built to hold cosmic truth. We're built to feel things, to hope and screw up and start over, again and again and again. We're stories, telling stories, glitches in the system, trying to find patterns in the static. And yeah, we might be deterministic meat sacks, with boundary issues and a weird attachment to iced coffee or whatever. But we're also capable of joy and of awe, of feeling something deep in our ribs when the light hits the kitchen just right and there's music playing for once and nobody's asking us for anything. That's not nothing.
Landing gear retracted.
Meaning might be an illusion too. But if it gets us through the day, and if it gives us the strength to reach out, to make something, to keep going, then maybe we don't need it to actually be real. Maybe we just need it to be ours. So, let's say the jury's still out on free will. Maybe we have it, maybe we don't. Maybe it's just a very convincing hallucination served up by our frontal lobe so we don't spiral into existential terror every time we pick between whole milk and almond. But even if steering the wheel isn't connected to anything under the hood, it feels like it is. And when it comes to the impact of our lives, that illusion might be all we've got. Because despite the chaos and pre-programmed behavior, our choices still do things. They ripple. They infect other people's lives in ways we'll never truly understand. A half sincere smile at the grocery store, a shitty tweet or text we didn't send, a conversation we did. Every decision is a thread in someone else's sweater. And we don't get to see how it unravels. So, we've all been changed by people who probably had no idea why they were doing anything important at all. A song someone wrote in a basement, a joke that hit a little too close, or maybe a teacher who didn't humiliate us when we got the answer wrong. And sure, Maybe their brains were just playing out the deterministic script they were handed, but we still walked away with a different sense of the world and ourselves. And even if we're stuck in a simulation, or worse, a group project run by reality TV executives, you know, the fact is we're still in it. Together, screaming into the same void, using the same broken GPS system, trying to find the same gas station sushi version of meaning before the credits roll. And that gives our decisions some weight. And not because they prove we're in control, but because they shape the ride for better or worse. You know, we can choose to be kind or, you know, the kind of person who makes things a little easier for someone, or not. You know, we can choose to be honest or cruel or weirdly passive-aggressive in a way that feels satisfying in the moment but haunts us in the shower 6 years later. And sometimes the smallest choices hit the hardest. They're calling someone, apologizing, leaving, staying, speaking up when it would have been so much easier to shut the hell up and just keep scrolling. And of course, none of this is easy. You know, we're exhausted, overstimulated. You know, we've been doom scrolling through so much bad news and performative self-care that we can barely hear ourselves think anymore. But still, we have those slivers, those quiet, unglamorous moments where we get to decide, even a little bit, how we want to show up. You know, not because we're trying to prove something to the universe, but because we're already here. And, you know, we might as well make the most of whatever bizarre, slightly rigged, possibly haunted game this is. So maybe we don't control everything, or even most things for that matter. Maybe the idea of total freedom really is delusional. But we do get to steer the vibe. And we get to choose how we react, how we treat people, what we leave behind, and that's a kind of power too. You know, it's not glamorous, and it won't win us any awards or land us a TED Talk, but in a world this messy and uncertain and absolutely batshit, small acts of intention might be the only thing that still counts. You know, we don't have to believe the myth of total autonomy. In order to still be responsible for what we put out there. Because ultimately, whether or not we're free, we're still accountable. And accountability matters. You know, to each other, to ourselves, to this weird, beautiful, doomed carnival ride that we're all stuck on together. Okay, so where does this leave us? You know, we've questioned free will. We've poked holes in the meaning of life and admitted that most of our choices are possibly just glitchy brain patterns dressed up in a suit, and yet we're still here. Still wondering what to do with our hands. Still trying to figure out how to live like it matters when we know that, cosmically speaking, it probably doesn't. Which is why I think authenticity matters more now than ever. You know, not the performative Instagram kind or the I'm trying to be vulnerable to build my personal brand kind. I mean, the raw, unfiltered, God, I hope no one screenshots this kind of authenticity. The kind that happens when we stop bullshitting ourselves. You know, when we strip away the algorithms and the expectations and the trauma responses masquerading as ambition, and we ask, okay, what the hell do we actually care about? Not what we're supposed to care about. Not what'll get us likes or validation or corporate sponsorships from overpriced mattress companies, but the real stuff. The weird stuff, quiet stuff. The stuff we don't even tell our friends because it feels too small or too fragile or just too stupid. You know, living authentically starts there. You know, it starts when we notice that we feel calmer listening to rain sounds than going to a party. And we stop pretending otherwise. It starts when we realize we've been living according to a script written by people who wouldn't last 10 minutes inside of our actual heads. It starts when we stop trying to be impressive and just start trying to be honest. You know, even if it means disappointing some people, even if it means saying no to things that look good on paper, and even if it means we have to sit still alone for a while, staring at a wall, wondering if we made a huge mistake. Because we probably have. But that's okay. We're not supposed to have it all figured out. I mean, nobody does. And anyone says, if anyone says they do have it all figured out, they're either lying or selling something or on their third ayahuasca retreat and due for a crash at any moment. You know, we're all just trying to be a little more ourselves before we run out of time. And that clock is always ticking. I mean, and that's the trick, isn't it? Not becoming someone new or fixing all our flaws. Just trying to remove the noise, the layers, you know, the endless clutter of shoulds and musts and what would my high school ex think of if they saw me now? You know, living authentically is less about becoming something and more about unbecoming everything that isn't actually us. You know, and that's where the freedom sneaks in through the side door. You know, not in the big flashy choices, but in the tiny ones that we make when no one's watching. What we read, and what we eat, what we say when we're tired, who we keep calling, you know, even when they don't call back. That's the real us. That's the stuff we can shape. That's where the illusion of control becomes just real enough to do something with. And maybe that's what this whole meaning of life thing boils down to. Not figuring out the universe or achieving peak productivity, but just being real, as hard as that may be. You know, in a world that rewards masks and filters and carefully curated selves, you know, being real is like an act of rebellion. And maybe that rebellion is the point. You know, we don't need cosmic permission to start living like we mean it. Maybe we just need to stop waiting. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop waiting for the anxiety to go away, because it's never really going to. You know, stop waiting to feel ready, because newsflash, we never will. This is it. This messy, absurd, insane, beautiful garbage fire of a moment. That's what we get. And if we can live in it, like really live in it, not just survive it, then maybe that's enough. Maybe that's everything. Okay, so in closing, you know, free will might very well be a lie. And, you know, the future might already be written in some godless spreadsheet on a server farm outside of Reno. Who knows? And life might be a cosmic joke told by a comedian who died mid-punchline, but we're still here. And we're still breathing, making decisions, even if they're just highly convincing spasms of meat and memory. And in between the existential dread and chronic joint pain, I think there's something weirdly beautiful about that. You know, maybe the point isn't to figure it all out. The point is to just show up anyway, no matter what. You know, to love people even though they're doomed. To create something that'll get 14 views and still feel worth it. And to scream into the void with a kind of grace, maybe even a harmony. Because at the end of the day, we're all just trying to make some kind of peace with the absurdity of it all. And if we can do that on some level, if we can face the chaos and still choose to be kind, and still choose to tell the truth, and choose to laugh when everything hurts, then maybe that's the closest thing we get to free will. And maybe that's enough. All right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go stare out a window and disassociate for 20 minutes before convincing myself to make dinner. And if you've made it this far, you're a champion or you're just some kind of masochist. Okay. Be weird. Be kind. Be a little bit reckless. And above all, don't trust anyone who says they've got life all figured out. I mean, I don't. They're either lying or trying to sell you a course. Thanks for watching.
All right. Nice ending tune here. It's just named Nocturne 2. I don't know how it's pronounced in English. Anyway, quite a brainstorm. Good philosophy. Check out that guy from YouTube. He's called The Functional Melancholic. I will leave Helaku resting here. It's been a good day for exobiology. I've never found these moons with 10 life forms or 10 different species in them. And I found 2 of them, so the day was great. And tomorrow we have to go back to the mothership, because it will be continuing the jumps and I have to be on board. But yeah, be well. Have a good time.